and much love. It's Friday for me, but if you're seeing this, you're probably watching the VoD, so just a good day to you. Right. Music was quick there though. Let me just double check if my chat even works. It should. Just checking some things beforehand. There we go, my chat does work. It's being a bit wonky though. How well. Wouldn't be Twitch without a bug or two. Hello there, miss. Hope you're doing well. Good day, good day. So I've actually been so lazy today. I've not even really prepared stuff. Well, I was looking for a couple of short books a bit ago. So I do kind of have some things in mind. There's nothing straight up in mind. I mean, there's a couple of different interesting books that I've got an eye on. There's I mean, these are mainly just some random things, not even really very book-like, so probably not a good idea to be very honest. But I saw this, I mean, obviously The Art of War by Sun Tzu is in the public domain. So I saw that come by. And I don't know, The Art of Money Getting by P.T. Barnum. It's interesting to learn about, could maybe pick up a thing or two. You never know. And The Book of Tea by Ogakura Kakuso. I mean, I like my tea, so they're all pretty short books. I don't know. Maybe just doing a random short books day, so depends if I get to them. Thought of starting though with a Yankee in Canada by Henry David Thoreau. I think it's just a kind of a travel book by him. But hey, I like what I've heard of Canada, so sounds like it might be an interesting book. Hello, Shithering Rock. Hope you're doing well. Good day to you. Let me see, I think I will just start with a Yankee in Canada. I already set it up in the book command, so it's probably best to start with that one. Lest I not change the command straight away. Also, my hair's a mess and I was supposed to call the barber today to make an appointment. Haven't done that yet, and by the time I might end stream, they might be closed. I'm not good at planning. I'll call them tomorrow, I suppose. Who needs planning anyways? Also, I had my volume on way too loud and people are pinning me in a Twitch chat. Let me see where that is. It's not over here, so it's not. It's not important. It's not this stream I was looking at. And that's what it was. But alright. Let me just jump into reading this. I'm not entirely sure what it's about. I think it's just... No. I actually... Yeah, let's not. I was gonna say, I actually have... could reenact that emote in real life, but Twitch doesn't like that stuff, even if it's just a toy thing. Although I can't hear it, so I don't know what I'm saying. But yeah, let me see. There's a description to the book. Let me just quickly go through that, just since I haven't prepared. Get an idea. Let's have a quick look. In the fall of 1850, Henry David Thoreau briefly visited Quebec with Ellery Channing. In this book, Thoreau describes the cities and homes, people and customs, and the rivers and plants of that part of Canada. He describes what he sees as anachronistically servile, crown-loving traditions in Canada, and how these have stunted the imaginations and lives of the residents. And he contrasts these with the more independent, revolutionary Yankee heritage of his home country. He also turns his characteristically keen eye on the artifacts and natural phenomena around him, from stone walls at Quebec's old city battlements to the rivers and cascades of the surrounding countryside. I mean, it sounds interesting. Might not be too interesting for a stream, but we're doing it anyways. I'll look into ye olden Canada from a Yankee's perspective. It's got a little footnote, I think. Is that just a? I think that's just a quote. New England's by some affirmed to be an island, bounded on the north with the River Canada, so called from Monsieur Kane, quoted Jocelyn's Rarities. And still older in Thomas Morton's New English Canon, published in 1632, it is said on page 97, from this lake, Iroquois northwards, is derived the famous river of Canada, so named of Monsieur de Caen, a French lord who first planted a colony of French in America. Right through, I suppose. This is quite early Canada things, right? 1850. Let me just see. Well, let me just get into chapter 1. Let's see what this book is all about. client I are just having a talk, I suppose. This is the way of talking. Well, I guess I dodged a bullet on that one. What is it? Sorry, just laughing at it. That's alright. Let me jump into the first chapter. See what Joel in Canada is all about. This is quite around the wait, this is actually before Canada even really got its foundations set up. Or at least like the government partish. The current one, that is. As this travel takes place in 1850. But the Dominion of Canada, gotta use the official names of course, was on July 1st, 1867. But well, that was when it became a self-governing dominion. Alright, I suppose. It was there before, just under English rule. But it's still pretty early on and people starting to build there, I think. Although there goes, hope you're doing well. Good day to you. Also, I see some really long paragraphs. Oh boy. Well. Reading a travel book for once. Why not? Chapter 1. Concord to Montreal. I fear that I have not got much to say about Canada, not having seen much. What I got by going to Canada was a cold. I left Concord, Massachusetts, Wednesday morning, September 25th, 1850, for Quebec. Fare $7 there and back. Distance from Boston, 510 miles. Being obliged to leave Montreal on return as soon as Friday, October 4th, or within 10 days. I will not stop to tell the reader the names of my fellow travellers. There were said to be 1,500 of them. I wished only to be set down in Canada, and take one honest walk there, as I might in Concord woods of an afternoon. Alright, and here we jump into the long paragraphs. Deep breaths. The country was new to me beyond Fitchburg. In Ashburnham and afterward, as we were whirled rapidly along, I noticed the woodbine, Ampelopsis quinquefolia, its leaves now changed, for the most part on that trees, draping them like a red scarf. It was a little exciting, suggesting bloodshed or at least a military life, like an epaulette or sash, as if it were dyed with the blood of the trees whose wounds it was inadequate to stanch. For now the bloody autumn was come, and an Indian warfare was waged through the forest. These military trees appeared very numerous, for our rapid progress connected those that were even some miles apart. Thus that Woodbine preferred the elm. The first view Monadnock was obtained 5 or 6 miles this side of Fitzwilliam, but nearest and best at Troy and beyond. Then there were the Troy cuts and embankments. Keen streets strikes the traveller favourably. 'Tis so wide, level, straight and long. I have heard one of my relatives who was born and bred there say that I could see a chicken run across it a mile off. I have also been told that when this town was settled, they laid out a street 4 rods wide, but at a subsequent meeting of the proprietors one rose and remarked, "We have plenty of land, why not make the streets 8 rods wide?" And so they voted that it should be 8 rods wide, and the town is known far and near for its handsome street. 'Twas a cheap way of securing comfort, as well as fame, and I wish that all new towns would take pattern from this. 'Tis best to lay our plans widely in youth, for then land is cheap and it is but easy to contract our feud afterwards. Youth so laid out with broad avenues and parks, that they may make handsome and liberal old men. Show me a youth whose mind is like some Washington City of magnificent distances, prepared for the most remotely successful and glorious life after all, when those spaces shall be built over and the idea of the founder be realized. I trust that every New England boy will begin by laying out a keen street through his hat, 8 rods wide. I knew one such Washington City man whose lots as yet are only surveyed and staked out, and except a cluster of shanties here and there, only a capital stands there for all structures, and any day you may see from afar his princely idea borne coach-wise along the spacious but yet empty avenues. Keene is built on a remarkable large and level interval, like the Barra Lake and the surrounding hills, which are remote from its streets, must afford some good walks. The scenery of mountain towns is commonly too much crowded. A town which is built on a plain of some extent, with an open horizon, and surrounded by hills at a distance, affords the best walks and views. Hello there, Picons, hope you're doing well. Good day to you. As we travel northwest of the country, sugar maples, beeches, birches, hemlocks, spruce, butternuts, and ash trees prevail more and more. To the rapid traveller, the number of elms in a town is the measure of its civility. One man in the chorus has a bottle full of some liquor. The whole company smile whenever it is exhibited. I find no difficulty in containing myself. The Westmoreland country looked attractive. I heard a passenger giving the very obvious derivation of his name, Westmoreland, as it were purely American, and he had made a discovery, but I thought of my cousin Westmoreland in England. Everyone will remember the approach to Bellows Falls, under a high cliff which rises from the Connecticut. I was disappointed in the size of the river here. It appeared shrunk to a mere mountain stream. The water was evidently very low. The rivers which we had crossed this forenoon possessed more of the character of mountain streams than those in the vicinity of Concord, and I was surprised to see everywhere traces of recent freshness, which has carried away bridges and injured the railroad, though I had heard nothing of it. In Ludlow, Mount Holly and beyond, there is interesting mountain scenery. not rugged and stupendous, but such as you could easily ramble over long narrow mountain fills through which to see the horizon. You are in the midst of the green mountains. A few more elevated blue peaks are seen from the neighbourhood of Mount Holly. Perhaps Killington Peak is one. Sometimes on the Western Railroad you are whirled over mountains and embankments, from which the scarred horses in the valleys appear diminished to hounds. All the hills blush. I think that autumn must be the best season to journey over even the green mountains. You frequently exclaim to yourself, "What red maples! The sugar maple is not so red." You see them are leather with rosy spots or cheeks only, blushing on one side like fruit, while all the rest of the tree is green, proving either some partiality in the light or frosts, or some prematurity in particular branches. Tall and slender ash trees whose foliage is turned to a dark mulberry colour, or frequent. The butternut, which is a remarkably spreading tree, is turned completely yellow, thus proving its relation to the hickories. I was also struck by the bright yellow tints of the yellow birch. The sugar maple is remarkable for its clean angle. The groves of these trees look like vast forest sheds, their branches stopping short at a uniform height, 4 or 5 feet from the ground, like eaves, as if they had been trimmed by art, so that you could look under and through the whole grove with its leafy canopy, as under a tent whose curtain is raised. Actually quite liking the writing of this author. Very interesting. I've never really read like a travel book before like this, but it's a good other thing to do when you can't travel in real life. Travel vicariously through a good author. As you approach Lake Champlain, you begin to see the New York mountains. The first view at a lake at Fergans is impressive, but rather from association than from any peculiarity in the scenery. It lies there, so small, not appearing in the proportion to the width of the state that it does on the map, but beautifully quiet, like a picture of the Lake of Lucerne, or a music box where you chase the name of Lucerne among the foliage. "Hello there, Letty, how are you doing? How was your stream? Thank you so much for the raid, and welcome, brothers. Hope you're having a great and amazing and lovely, I had to think there for a second, Friday. How are you doing, Larry? How was your stream? Hope it went well. What did you stream? Oh, ASMR, nice. I've seen some lovely League of Legends streams there too. What character did you main again? It was Sarah, right? If I remember correctly. Oh, thank you, Larry. I've been trying to stream a bit more, but life's getting the better of me. Oh, I don't know, Jen and Game. It's a lot of people say Irish, Scottish, or some here are Tinda British in there as well. I don't know, it's probably based on some of those. It's not a Dutch accent either, to be fair. Yeah, Sarah. I have the emote as well. Let's go. Or is that even by the way that he mounted this? That's his head, right, if I remember correctly. And like his two eyes and a chain for some reason going around his body. I forget, it's been a while since I've played League of Legends. I know Seraph is like the... What is he even really? He's some arcane thing being... Maybe a guardian of sorts. I have no clue. A living triangle, yeah. Fair enough. And Jen and Game and Indian J, thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. An ascendant being of pure arcane power. But was he first like human then? That's a drastic change of scenery. Well, a being of pure arcane power also seems like a good deal though. So I think he got a good deal out of that one. And the Alderman, thank you for the follow as well. Hope you are doing well. Right, let me see, I was my brain got distracted easily. For all the lovely readers just joining, just reading some random small books that are in the public domain, just some random stuff I can find. Was looking into a Yankee in Canada, a travel book from 1850, so it's quite the early days of Canada, I think, that he's travelling to and describing. We'll see, I think it's very focused on nature. But a nice substitute for not being able to travel currently ourselves. Vicariously trying to travel through lovely authors. And hello, Saber, I'm doing good, how are you? And Severay, thank you for the follow. But yeah, if you're interested in the book, I didn't update the command with a proper description, but I did just throw the link to the book in there. So what is there? There is a description on that linkish, what the book is kind of about. And currently it was just going over the trees and the landscapes and mountains around, what was it, Concord, I think. Just tired, well, sounds like it's time for a nap. To be fair, it's always time for a nap. Let me see. Let me maybe just restart the paragraph. Might be good. Oh, it's been good, Saber. Just didn't quite prepare, so I was looking for what I read. But saw this lovely, interesting travel book. Maybe it can get me more and more hyped for traveling to Canada someday. It's kinda on my to-do list sometime. Sometime. We'll see when we can make that happen again, you know. But yeah, let me restart the paragraph I was a little bit in. As you approach Lake Champlain, you begin to see the New York mountains. The first view of the lake at Virgins is impressive, but rather from association than from any peculiarity in the scenery. It lies there so small, not appearing in a proportion to the width of the state that it does on the map, but beautifully quiet, like a picture of the lake of Lucerne on a music box, where you trace the name of Lucerne among the foliage, far more ideal than ever it looked on the map. Also, hold on. Have a nice and lovely lurk saver, and a low bean magnet. It does not say, here I am, Lake Champlain, as the conductor might for it, but having studied the geography 30 years, you crossed over a hill, one afternoon and beheld it, but 'tis only a glimpse that you get there. At Burlington, you rush to a wharf and go on board a steamboat, 232 miles from Boston. We left Concord at 20 minutes before 8 in the morning, and were in Burlington about 6 at night, but too late to see the lake. We got our first fair view of our lake at dawn, just before reaching Plattsburgh, and saw blue ranges of mountains on either hand, in New York and Vermont, the former especially grand. A few white schooners like gulls were seen in the distance, for 'tis not a waste and solitary like a lake in territory. But 'twas such a view as leaves not much to be said. Indeed, I have postponed Lake Champlain to another day. And yet, Ellie was there quite early. The oldest reference to these waters that I have yet seen is in the account of Cartier's discovery and exploration at the St. Lawrence in 1535. Samuel Champlain actually discovered and paddled up the lake in July 1609, 11 years before the settlement of Plymouth, accompanying a war party of the Canadian Indians against the Iroquois. He describes the islands in it as not inhabited, although they are pleasant, on account of the continual wars of the Indians, in consequence of which they withdraw from the rivers and lakes into the depths of the land, that they may not be surprised. Continuing our course, says he, in the lake, on the western side, viewing snow on the summit, and viewing the country, I saw on the eastern side very high mountains where there was snow on the summit. I skipped ahead a bit there, by the way, sorry. I inquired of the savages if those places were inhabited. They replied that they were, and that they were Iroquois, and that in those places there were beautiful valleys and plains, fertile in corn, such as I have eaten in this country, with an infinity of other fruits. This is the earliest account of what is now Vermont. The number of French-Canadian gentlemen and ladies among the passengers, and the sound of the French language, advertised us by this time that we were being whirled toward some foreign vortex, and now we have left Rouge's Point, and entered the Sorrel River, and passed the invisible barrier between the States and Canada. The shores of the Sorrel, Richelieu, or St. John's River are flat and dreary, where I had expected something more rough and mountainous for a natural boundary between two nations. Yet I saw a difference at once in the few huts and the pirogues on the shore, and as it were in the shore itself. This was an interesting scenery to me, and the fairy reeds or rushes in the shallow water, and the tree drops in the swamps have left a pleasing impression. We had still a distant view behind us of 2 or 3 blue mountains in Vermont and New York, About 9 o'clock in the forenoon we reached St. John's, an old frontier post 306 miles from Boston, and 24 from Montreal. We now discovered that we were in a foreign country, in a station house of another nation. This building was a barn-like structure, looking as if it were the work of the villagers combined, like a log house in a new settlement. My attention was caught by the double advertisement in French and English, fastened to its post, by the formality of the English and the covert or open reference to their Queen and the British Lion. No gentlemanly conductor appeared, none whom you would know to the conductor by his dress and demeanour, but ere long we began to see her, and there a solid red-faced, burly-looking Englishman, a little Pursy perhaps, who made us ashamed of ourselves and our thin and nervous countrymen. A grandfatherly personage at home in his greatcoat, who looked as if he might be a stage proprietor, certainly a railroad director, and knew, or had a right to know, when the cars did start. French gentlemen there, shrugging their shoulders, pitted as if they had all had the smallpox. In the meanwhile some soldiers, red coats belonging to the barracks nearby, were turned out to be drilled. At every important point in our route, the soldiers showed themselves ready for us, for they were evidently rather raw recruits here. They manoeuvred far better than our soldiers, yet as usual I heard some Yankees talk as if they were no great shakes, and they had seen the Acton Blues manoeuvre as well. The officer spoke sharply to them, and appeared to be doing their part thoroughly. I heard one suddenly coming to the rear exclaim, "Michael the Nui, take his name," though I could not see what the latter did or omitted to do. 'Twas whispered that Michael the Nui would have to suffer for that. I heard some of our party discussing the possibility of their driving these troops at a field with their umbrellas. I thought that a Yankee, though undisciplined, had this advantage at least, that he especially is a man who everywhere and under all circumstances is fully resolved on better his condition, essentially, and therefore he could afford to be beaten at first, while the virtue of the Irishman, and to a great extent the Englishman, consists in merely maintaining this ground or condition. The Canadians here are rather poor-looking race, clad in grey homespun which gave them the appearance of being covered with dust, were riding about in carriages and small one-horse carts, called charrettes. The Yankees assumed that all riders were racing, or at least exhibiting the paces of their horses, and saluted them accordingly. We saw but little of the village here, for nobody could tell us when the cars would start. That was kept a profound secret, perhaps for political reasons. Vicinity, and therefore we were tied to our seats. The inhabitants of St. John's and vicinity are described by an English traveller as singularly unprepossessing, and before completing his period he adds, besides they are generally very much disaffected to the British crown. I suspected that besides should have been because. At length, about noon, the cars began to roll towards La Prairie. The whole distance of 15 miles was over a remarkably level country, resembling a western prairie, with the mountains about Chimley visible in the northeast. This novel but monotonous scenery was exciting, At La Prairie we first took notice of the tinned roofs, but above all at St. Lawrence, which looked like a lake. In fact, it is considerably expanded here. 'Twas 9 miles across the Yankee to Montreal, Mount Royal in the rear of the city, and the island of St. Helens opposite to it were now conspicuous. We could also see the Sault St. Louis, about 5 miles up the river, and the Sault Norman still farther eastward. The former are described as the most considerable rapids in the St. Lawrence, but we could see merely a gleam of light there, as from a cobweb in the sun. Soon the city of Montreal was discovered with its tin roofs shining afar. The reflections fell on the eye like a clash of cymbals on the air. Above all, the church of Notre Dame was conspicuous, and the nun of Montsecour's market house occupying a commanding position in the quay, in the rear of the shipping. This city makes the more favourable impression from being approached by water, and also being built of stone and grey limestone found on the island. Here, after travelling directly inland the whole breadth of New England, we had struck upon the city's harbour. It made on me the impression of a seaport, to which ships of 600 tons can ascend, and where vessels drawing 15 feet lie close to the wharf, 540 miles from the Gulf, the St. Lawrence being here 2 miles wide. There was a great crowd assembled on the ferryboat wharf and on the quay to receive the Yankees, and flags of all colours were streaming from the vessels to celebrate their arrival. When the gun was fired, the gentry hurrahed again and again, and then the Canadian calash drivers who were most interested in the matter, and who, I perceived, were separated from the former by a fence, hurrahed their welcome, first the broadcloth, then the homespun. Also, a little quick breather in between paragraphs here. Quite liking the bit of a switch up into a travel book, just reading a bit about a good author describing their encounters with foreign lands. I don't know, it's quite nicely written, I feel. It was early in the afternoon when we stepped ashore. With a single companion, I soon found my way to the church of Notre Dame. I saw that it was of great size and signified something. This said to be the largest ecclesiastical structure in North America, and can see 10,000. It is 255.5 feet long, and the groined ceiling is 80 feet above your head. The Catholic are the only churches which I have seen worth remembering, which are not almost wholly profane. I do not speak only of the rich and splendid like this, but of the humblest of them as well. Coming from the hurrying mop and the rattling carriages, we pushed aside the listed door of this church, and found ourselves instantly in an atmosphere which might be sacred to thought and religion, if one had any. And Beanbag Nathan, thank you so much for the berries. Much love to you. And wait, let me just messing with my mic stand real quick. and not muting for it like the fool I am. There sat one or two women who had stolen a moment from the concerns of the day as they were pausing, but if there had been 50 people there, it would still have been the most solitary place imaginable. They did not look up at us, nor did one regard another. We walked softly down the broad aisle with our hats in our hands. Presently came in a troop of Canadians, in their homespun, who had come to the city in the boat with us, and one and all kneeled down in the aisle before the high altar to their devotions. Somewhat awkwardly as cattle prepared to lie down, and there we left them. As if you were to catch some farmer's sons from Marlborough, come to Carol Show silently kneeling in Concord meeting house some Wednesday. Would there not soon be a mob peeping in at the windows? 'Tis true these Roman Catholics, priests and all, impress me as a people who have fallen far behind the significance of their symbols. 'Tis as if an ox had strayed into a church and were trying to bethink himself. Nevertheless, they are capable of reverence, but we Yankees are a people in whom this sentiment has nearly died out, and in this respect we cannot bethink ourselves even as oxen. I did not mind the pictures nor the candles, whether tallow or tin, those of the former which I looked at, the bare tawdry. It mattered little to me whether the pictures are by a neophyte of the Algonquin or the Italian tribe, but I was impressed by the quiet, religious atmosphere of the place. 'Twas a great cave in the midst of a city, and what were the altar and the tinsel but a cave, but a sparkling stalactites, into which I entered in a moment, and where a still atmosphere and sombre light disposed as serious and profitable to thought. Such a cave at hand, which I can enter any day, is worth 1,000 of our churches, which are open only Sundays, hardly long enough for an airing, and then filled with a bustling congregation. A church where the priest is the least part, where you do your own preaching, where the universe preaches to you and can be heard. I am not sure, but this Catholic religion would be an admirable one if the priest were quite omitted. I think that I might go to church myself sometime some Monday, if I lived in a city where there was such a one to go. In Concord, to be sure, we do not need such. Our forests are such a church, far grander and more sacred. We dare not leave our meeting houses open for fear they would be profaned. Such a cave, such a shrine in one of our groves, for instance, how long would it be respected? For what purpose would it be entered by such baboons as we are? I think of its value not only to religion, but to philosophy and to poetry. Besides a reading room, to have a thinking room in every city. Perchance the time will come when a free house even will have not only its sleeping rooms and dining room and talking room or parlour, but a thinking room also. And the architects will put it into their plans, that it be furnished and ornamented with whatever conduces to serious and creative thought. I should not object to the holy water or any other simple symbol if it were consecrated by imagination of the worshippers. Also interesting. Sounds like the author maybe atheist. I didn't really know atheism was taking off this early. This book is from like 1850, I think. Yeah, when he travelled there at least, it was 1850. So I don't know, just interesting. I mean, I suppose atheism has been around a while, right? I was about to say, maybe it's... I know a bit about Martin Luther King, of course. Just trying to remember some of those things. I can't quite remember. But I will. I heard that some Yankees bet that the candles were not wax but tin. A European assured them that they were wax. But inquiring at a sexton, he was surprised to learn that they were tin filled with oil. The church was too poor to afford wax, as for the Protestant churches here or elsewhere, they did not interest me. For this only escapes the churches interest me at all, and in that respect they were inferior. Montreal makes the impression of a larger city than you had expected to find, though you may have heard that it contains nearly 60,000 inhabitants. In the newer parts it appeared to be growing fast like a small New York, and to be considerably Americanized. The names and the squares reminded you of Paris, the Champ de Mars, the Play the Arms, and others, and you felt as if a French Revolution might break out any moment. Glimpses of Mount Royal rising by the town, and the names of some streets in that direction make one think of Edinburgh. Red Hill sets off this city wonderfully. I inquired the principal bookstore for books published in Montreal. They said that there were none but school books and the like. They got their books from the States. From time to time we met a priest in the streets, for they are distinguished by their dress like the civil police. Like clergymen generally, with or without the gown. They made on us the impression of effeminacy. We also met some sisters at charity, dressed in black with shaker-shaped black bonnets and crosses, and cadaverous faces, who looked as if they had almost cried their eyes out. Their complexions parboiled with scalding tears, insulting the daylight by their presence, having taken an oath not to smile. Alright, don't blow. Let me just finish the paragraph. One sec. By cadaverous I mean their faces were like the faces of those who have been dead and buried for a year, and then entombed with a life's grief upon them. And yet for some unaccountable reason the process of decay arrested. Truth never fills a servant, nor leaves him with a day's shame upon him. That's a nice ending quote to the paragraph. And this is how prepared I am. I don't even have the cards ready either. Let me just give him a small quick shovel or two. Although to be fair, a shovel ain't that necessary either. All it kinda is. Usually when I earn them it's near the middle at least. It'll basically never be the outermost card. A shovel is nice. Alright, hold on. The 10 cups. Don't know the card out of my head. I don't know many of them out of my head, so I'll read it off in a bit from the book. And Gold Strive, thank you for the follow. Hope you are doing well. But yeah, just also take in the art for a second. It at the very least probably has something to do with connections or likes. If I were to guess a bit from the card art. Let me see. 10 cups, radiating energy. The 10 cups overflows with positivity. Your goals are being realized, and the excitement surrounding you is magnetic to others. You may feel as though light or color radiates outward from you, almost as if you're shining. Experience sensations like this with an open and joyful heart. Do not doubt this power. Well, that's a lovely card I got. It's a nice description to read of. There you go. Alright. Let me jump back into the descriptions of where Henry David Thoreau was travelling. They waited Jim Morley on the sidewalk, while a truck laden with raisins was driven in. At the seminary of St. Sulpice, never once lifting their eyes from the ground. The soldier here, as everywhere in Canada, appeared to be put forward and by his best foot. They were in the proportion of the soldiers to the labourers in an African anthill. The inhabitants evidently rely on them in a great measure for music and entertainment. You would meet with them pacing back and forth before some guardhouse or passageway, guarding, regarding and disregarding all kinds of law by turns, apparently for the sake of a discipline to themselves, and not because it was important to exclude anybody from entering that way. They reminded me of the men who were paid for piling up bricks and then throwing them down again. On every prominent ledge I could see England's hands holding the Canada's, and I judged by the redness of her knuckles that she would soon have to let go. In the rear of such a guardhouse in a large gravelled square or parade ground called the Champ de Mars, we saw a large body of soldiers being drilled, we being as yet the only spectators. But I did not appear to notice us any more than the devotees in the church, but were seemingly as indifferent to fewness of spectators as the phenomena of nature are. Whatever they might have been thinking under their helmets at the Yankees that were to come, each man wore white kid gloves. It was one of the most interesting sights which I saw in Canada. The problem appeared to be how to smooth down all individual protuberances or idiosyncrasies, and make 1,000 men move as one man, animated by one central. And there was some approach to success. They obeyed the signals of a commander who stood at a greater distance, wand in hand, and the precision and promptness and harmony of their movements could not easily have been matched. And hello there, Princess Paisley, thank you for the follow. Hope you are doing well. harmony was far more remarkable than that of any choir or band, had obtained no doubt than a greater cost. They made on me the impression not of many individuals, but of one fast centipede of a man, good for all sorts of pulling down, and why not then for some kinds of building up? If men could combine thus earnestly and patiently and harmoniously to some really worthy end, what might they not accomplish? They now put their hands and partially perchance their heads together, and the result is that they are the imperfect tools of an imperfect and tyrannical government. But if they could put their hands and heads and hearts and all together, such a cooperation and harmony would be the very end and success for which government now exists in vain. A government, as it were, not only with tools but stock to trade with. I was obliged to frame some sentences that sounded like French in order to deal with the market women, who, for the most part, cannot speak English. According to the guidebook, the relative population of the city stands nearly thus: 2/5 are French Canadian, nearly 1/5 British Canadian, 1.5 English, Irish, and Scottish, somewhat less than 1/2 Germans, United States people, and others. I saw nothing like pie for sale, and no good cake to put in my bundle, such as you can easily find in other towns, but plenty of fair-looking apples, for which Montreal Island is celebrated, and also pears cheaper, and I thought better than ours, and peaches which, though they were probably brought from the south, were as cheap as they commonly are with us. So imperative is the law of demand and supply, that, as I have been told, the market of Montreal is sometimes supplied with green apples from the state of New York, some weeks even before they are ripe in the latter place. I saw here the spruce wax, which the Canadians chew, done up in little silver papers, a penny a roll. Also a small and shriveled fruit which they called cerises, mixed with many little stems, somewhat like raisins, but I soon returned what I had bought, finding them rather insipid, only putting a sample in my pocket. Since my return I find, on comparison, there is the fruit and a sweet viburnum Montego, which with us rarely holds on till it is ripe. Let me see, what is this? These are cherries, right? Cerise is cherry in French, if I remember correctly. Yeah, pretty sure so. Wow, this author doesn't like cherries. What a shame, what a shame. I stood on deck of the steamer John Munn late in the afternoon, when the second and third ferry boat arrived from La Prairie, bringing the remainder of the Yankees. I never saw so many carriages, cabs, charrettes, and similar vehicles collected before, and doubt if New York could easily furnish more. The handsome and substantial stone quay, which stretches a mile along the riverside and protects the street from the ice, was thronged with the citizens who had turned out on foot, and in carriages to welcome or to behold the Yankees. 'Twas interesting to see the collection drivers dash up and down the slope of the quay with their active little horses. They drive much faster than in our cities. I have been told that some of them come 9 miles into the city every morning and return every night, without changing their horses during the day. In the midst of a crowd of carts I observed one deep, one loaded with sheep with their legs tied together, and their bodies piled one upon another, as if the driver had forgotten that they were sheep and not yet mutton. A side, I trust, peculiar to Canada, though I fear that it is not. And though right, that was the first chapter of this travel book. Just a quick bit of a breather. I think there weren't many chapters in this book, were there? Let me see. Oh no, there's 5. That's a decent bit. First a travel from Concord to Montreal, then about Quebec and Montmorency, Saint Anne, the walls of Quebec, and the scenery of Quebec and the river St. Lawrence. Well, interesting. About 6 o'clock we started for Quebec, 180 miles distant by the river, gliding past Longwell and Boscherville on the right, and Point of Trembles, so called from having been originally covered with aspens, and Bowed the Isle, or the end of the island on the left. I repeat these names not merely for want of more substantial facts to record, but because they sounded singularly poetic to my ears. There certainly was no lie in them, but I suggested that some simple and perchance heroic human life might have transpired there. There is all the poetry in the world in a name. 'Tis a poem which the mass of men hear and read. What is poetry in the common sense but a string of such jingling names? I want nothing better than a good word. The name of a thing may easily be more than the thing itself to me. Inexpressibly beautiful appears the recognition by men as a least natural fact, and the allying his life to it. All the world reiterating the slender truth that aspens once grew there, and a swift inferences that men were there to see them. And so it would be with names of our native and neighbouring villages, if we had not profaned them. Ellie, what are you doing? Ellie, thank you for the lovely raid. Welcome, raiders. Let me just say hi to everyone real quick. Hello, Jagas. You were earlier than the raid notification from Twitch. Good job on that one. And hello, Nicole and Viking, and Howry Mist, and how do you do? That's your guys again. Hey. And hello, Rosing Dumpling, and hey again, Beanbag Nason. And that's your guys again. And not dumb and Starcoat Pikachu, good day to ya. And Furry Mad, and Viking again. And hey, Elizabeth, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. How did your stream go, Ellie? And how's your stream going, Elizabeth? Hope it's going well. Oh, Ellie does still have the train badge on. Yeah, you streamed a while longer after you said like an hour or so ago that you were going to sleep soon. Sleep well, Ellie, sleep well. Alright, see you in a bit, Misk. And hello, Rexor, thank you for keeping me hydrated. And not dumb, I'm doing well, how are you? Good day, good day. Alright, no fighting, kids. Be nice, be nice. Well, new month soon mean magnesium, so I have the leaderboard set up monthly. I don't know why, I wasn't too sure on that one yet, but I don't know, a lot of people have them on monthly, so I think monthly is nice for those, right? Oh, that's nice to hear, Prince Paisley, that it's helped. That's good to hear. Yeah, good luck with your appointment, Nicole. Good luck, good luck. Big hugs to you. Let me thank people for some follows real quick. Marcelo Medina and Rexor and Miss Annabelle. Thank you for the follows. Hope you're all doing well. Let me do a quick round of shout out. There's a lovely lady who rated me earlier. Go give her a follow if you like ASMR, you'll probably like hers. She also plays League of Legends every now and then. So, if you're interested in that, you could also have a look at that. And then there's the lovely I am Elizabeth lurking around. And a good reminder, it's Friday indeed. Happy Friday to all. You have a great day too, Ellie. Sleep well, sleep well. And indeed, go give the lovely Lunar Ellie also a follow. She makes some great and lovely and relaxing ASMR. Oh, don't sweat it, Elizabeth. I like supporting people. I was trying to think about how to word that, but yeah, I just like helping people, so good to hear that. Or nice to hear that it's helped. And Elizabeth, thank you for the sub. Thank you so much. Alright, Nuntum, have a nice lurk. And good luck with your homework. You never know, Nicole, you never know. And Peary, thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Also, today I've just been reading some random books I've come upon. I just picked a random short one. This is a travel book about a man travelling to Canada, to Quebec to be exact, and kind of just exploring nature around there, I think. Or that's the later chapters. This first part is mainly his travel there. But yeah, there it is. I was too lazy to put the description in as well. But there's a Yankee in Canada by Henry David Thoreau. It's been some lovely riding so far. Some, I don't know, nice. It kind of gives a nice feeling of traveling despite not traveling right now, and not being able to travel right now, of course. Have a nice and lovely lyric to go. But let me jump back into it. Thinking, do I need a recap? Not quite right. We're just describing the lovely cities and nature and people. The lovely Canada, or well, quite early Canada this time. Since it's written from 1850. And it might seem more to some of you than me. My North American history is not great. I'm not even great at the European history, to be honest. So. And the daylight now filled us, and we went below, but I endeavoured to console myself for being obliged to make this voyage by night, by thinking that I did not lose a great deal. The shores being low and rather unattractive, and that the river itself was a much more interesting object. I heard something in the night about the boat being at William Henry, 3 Rivers, and in the Richelieu Rapids, but I was still where I had been when I lost sight of Point au Tremble. To hear a man who has been waked up at midnight in the cabin of a steamboat inquiring. I don't get to pan around much in this book, so for a couple of things where he's talking about people talking, having it in quotes, suppose I'll pan a bit. Where are we now? Is as if at any moment of the Earth's revolution around the sun, or of the system around its centre, one were to raise himself up and inquire of one of the deckhands. Where are we now? I went on deck at daybreak when we were 30 or 40 miles above Quebec. The banks were now higher and more interesting. There was an uninterrupted succession of whitewashed cottages on each side of the river. This is what every traveller tells, but is not to be taken as an evidence of the populousness of the country in general. Hardly even of the river banks. They have presented a similar appearance for 100 years. The Swedish traveller and naturalist Calm, who ascended this river in 1749, says, it could really be called a village, beginning at Montreal and ending at Quebec, which is a distance of more than 180 miles, for the farmhouses are never above arpents, and sometimes but 3 asunder, a few places excepted. But of course, Dill, but of course. I am probably drinking some beer tonight. Not on stream, but after stream. When I go for dinner with my dad, or ordering from a chic restaurant near. So we're probably drinking some beer with it. Although, we kind of know the restaurant owners a little bit. At least my dad knows them pretty well. I not so much, since I'm not much of a social bee. I mean, I have the need for social interaction of an extrovert, but I have the shyness and intrepidness of an introvert. It is not a good combo. So I might for free throw in a bottle of wine with the dinner we're getting. We'll see. They've done that a couple of times. So maybe we'll be drinking wine with the dinner, but if not, then we've got quite some beer in stock. Ere long we passed Cape Rouge, 8 miles above Quebec, the mouth of the Chaudière on the opposite or south side. New Liverpool Cove, with its lumber rafts and some shipping, then Sillery and Wolf's Cove, and the heights of Abraham on the north, with now a view of Cape Diamond, and the citadel in front. The approach to Quebec was very imposing. It was about 6 o'clock in the morning when we arrived. Alright, Nicole. Take care, good luck. And hello, Robinson, how do you do? Oh yeah, Dill, always gotta make sure you're pacing yourself without going to a good point. Alcohol can be nice to loosen up a bit in social situations, for me as well, but gotta kinda make sure where your certain points in drinking are at. For me it's usually 5 beers in an evening. It's usually good enough, and then we'll leave it at that, or just 5 glasses of anything if the glasses are properly done. Then drinks are supposed to be served in glasses that make them the same amount per glass. Oh wait, my mind is veering off real quick, but also hi CS, hope you're doing well, I'm doing good. Well, IPAs will be a bit higher in alcohol content, but I do like some IPAs. Although not that often Belgian beer, I don't know. They have some great beers of course as well, but I usually go for more locally crafted beers. Quite near us, not really near, but close by enough to cycle there within an hour or so. Actually, less than an hour. I think maybe more 2 hours. Something like that. There is a brewery which I love, and it's pretty popular in the Netherlands. It's Malist, and they make some great beer, so I go there every now and then to pick up some beers. Even though they sell their beer out of a lot of stores closer by anyways, I usually go there. Saves the cost of the money to the middleman, the transport and the likes, you know. I don't know if it's actually cheaper for me, but it should make them more money, I presume. Also, what I was gonna say, I think I might see a new song by Rick Astley. Do I? Let me quickly check that out. And that might sound weird, but yes, I am a Rick Astley fan. Fight me. Well, I'm not sure how new it is. Oh no, it's not quite new. Just one of my colleagues happened to share it today. Guessing he liked that one. It's interesting. Keep Singing. I don't quite remember Keep Singing by him, but I do love his newer albums. Anyways, should get back to reading, shouldn't I? Yes, I should. Let me see, where was I? I don't even really know. The approach to Quebec was very imposing. It was about 6 o'clock in the morning when we arrived. Hold on. Cars being loud outside, sorry about that. There is but a single street under a cliff on the south side of the cape, which was made by blasting the rocks and filling up the river. 3-story houses did not rise more than 1/5 or 1/6 the way up the nearly perpendicular rock, whose summit is 345 feet above the water. We saw as we glided past the sign on the side of the precipice, part way up, pointing to the spot where Montgomery was killed in 1775. Formerly, it was the custom for those who went to Quebec for the first time to be ducked or else pay a fine. Not even the Governor-General escaped, but we were too many to be ducked, even if the custom had not been abolished. Let me see, what is being ducked? I think it has an endnote for it. Rome's Lillemand says in 1648 in his relation, he being superior. All those who come to New France know well enough the mountain of Notre Dame, because the pilots and sailors being arrived at a part of the Great River, which is opposite to those high mountains, baptize ordinarily for sport the new passengers, if they do not turn aside by some present the indentation of his baptism, which one makes flow plentifully on their heads. Probably, Dylan, probably. It's like combining the lovely comfort of wearing a kilt with protective gear. It sounds good. I'd wear it, to be honest. And here we were, in the harbour of Quebec, still 360 miles from the mouth of the St. Lawrence, in a basin 2 miles across, where the greatest depth is 28 fathoms, and though the water is fresh, the tide rises 17 to 24 feet a harbour, large and deep enough, says a British traveller, to hold the English Navy. I may as well state that in 1844, the country of Quebec contained about 45,000 inhabitants, the city and suburbs having about 43,000, about 28,000 being Canadians of French origin, 8,000 British, or even 1,000 natives. Of England, there are Scotch handlers, 36,000 belong to the Church at Rome. And although dance yet, hope you're doing well, how do you do? Hope you're doing well, dance yet, hope you're well. Oh, sorry to hear that, Dill. Hope you can get some sleep soon, get some time for naps. And well, this the weekend, right? Nearly. Depends on when your day ends. You're North American, right, I think. I don't know if I've ever heard you say it, or then My automatic base assumption is North American, somehow. Alright, miss, have a nice look. Nice, Nancy, that's nice. Good luck with class, take care. Let me see, maybe after this chapter I'll do a quick poll to see where I should go on with this book, or maybe check out one of the other quick short books I've been eyeing. Separating ourselves from the crowd, we walked up a narrow street, thence ascended by some wooden steps, got the breakneck stairs, into another steep, narrow and zigzag street, blasted through the rock, which last led through a low, massive stone portal called Prescott Gate, the principal thoroughfare into the upper town. This passage was defended by cannon, with a guardhouse over it, a sentinel at his post, and other soldiers at hand, ready to relieve him. Well, any time is nap time, so don't see the problem with that. I rubbed my eyes to be sure that I was in the 19th century. I was not entering one of those portals which sometimes adorn the frontispieces of new editions of old black leather volumes. I thought it would be a good place to read Fraser's Chronicles. It was such a reminiscence of the Middle Ages as Scott's novels. Men apparently dwelled there for security. Peace be unto them, as if the inhabitants of New York were to go over to Castle William to live. What a pleasure it must be to bring up children. Being safe through the gate, we naturally took the street which was the deepest, and after a few turns found ourselves on the Durham Terrace, a wooden platform on the side of the old castle of St. Louis, still 115 feet below the summit of the citadel. Overlooking the lower town, the wharf where we had landed, the harbour, the Isle of Orleans, and the river and surrounding country to a great distance. 'Twas literally a splendid view. We could see 6 or 7 miles distant, in the northeast, an indentation in the lofty shore at the northeastern channel, apparently on one side of the harbour, which marked the mouth of the Montmorency, whose celebrated fall was only a few rods in the rear. Oh, say, Mr. Dill, I usually throw ASMR on just all throughout the day, but I mainly listen to it just for relaxation, and just for focusing during work or the likes. And hello, Garfunkel, thank you for the follow, and hey, and Diddy, hope you're doing well. That one of Moxie's emotes. It is, Moxie has a nice couple of emotes. Speaking of, I've been kind of procrastinating. I need to look into emote ideas, but I'm being a lazy bum. Nice, Diddy, nice. At a shoe shop, whither we were directed for this purpose, we got some of our American money changed into English. I found that American hard money would have answered as well, accepting cents, which fell very fast before their pennies, it taking 2 of the former to make 1 of the latter, and often the penny which had cost us 2 cents is the service of 1 cent only. Also interesting, they were still using British pounds this time, around in Canada. Moreover, our robust sons were compelled to meet on even terms a crew of file halfpenny tokens and bung-down coppers, which had more breath in their composition, and so perchance made their way in the world. Wishing to get into the citadel, we were erected to the Jesuits' barracks. A good part of the public buildings here are barracks, to get a pass of the town mayor. We did not heed the sentries at the gate, nor did they us, and what under the sun they were placed there for, unless to hinder a free circulation of the air, was not apparent. There we saw soldiers eating their breakfasts in their mess room, from bare wooden tables in confession. We were continually meeting with soldiers in the streets, carrying funny little tin pills of all shapes, even semicircular, as if made to pack conveniently. I suppose that they contained their dinners, so many slices of bread and butter to each perchance. Sometimes they were carrying some kind of military chest on a sort of bear or hen barrow, with a springy, undulating military step, all passengers giving way to them, even the charrette driver stopping for them to pass, as if the battle were being lost from an inadequate supply of powder. There was a regiment of Highlanders, and as I understood of Royal Irish in the city, and by this time there was a regiment of Yankees also. I had already observed, looking up even from the water, the head and shoulders of some general, Poniatowski, with an enormous cocked hat and gun, peering over the roof of a house, away up where a chimney caps commonly are with us, as it were a caricature of war and military awfulness. But I had not gone far up St. Louis Street before my riddle was solved by the apparition of a real-life Highlander under a cocked hat and with his knees out, standing and marching sentinel on the ramparts between St. Louis and St. John's Gate. It must be a holy war that is waged there. We stood close by without fear and looked at him. His legs were somewhat tanned, and the hair had begun to grow on them, as some of our wise men predict that it will in such cases, but I did not think they were remarkable in any respect, notwithstanding all his warlike gear. When I inquired of him the way to the plains of Abraham, he could not answer me without betraying some bashfulness through his broad Scotch. Soon after we passed another of these creatures standing sentry at the St. Louis Gate. We then began to go through the gate, which was so thick and tunnel-like as to remind me of those lines in Clarion's Old Man Verona about the getting out of the gate being the greater part of a journey, as you might imagine yourself crawling through an architectural vignette at the end of a black leather volume. Oh, and hello, Gastrombaldo, thank you for the follow. How do you do? We were then reminded that we had been in a fortress, from which we emerged by numerous zigzags in a ditch-like road, going considerable distance to advance a few rods where they could have shot us 2 or 3 times over, if their minds had been disposed as their guns were. I'm doing well, good to see you. The greatest, or rather the most prominent part of the city was constructed with a design to offer the deadest resistance to leaden and iron missiles that might be cast against it. But it is a remarkable meteorological and physiological fact that it is rarely known to rain lead with much violence, except on places so constructed. Keeping on about a mile, we came to the plains of Abram, for having got the regiment was being reviewed, our band stood on one side, and played me things it was, La Clairefontaine, the national air of the Canadian French. This is the side where a real battle once took place, to commemorate which they have had a sham fight here almost every day since. The Highlanders manoeuvred very well, and if the precision of their movements was less remarkable, they did not appear so stiffly erect as the English or Royal Irish, but had a more elastic and graceful gait, like a herd of their own red deer, or as if accustomed to stepping down the sides of mountains. But they made a sad impression on the whole, for it was obvious that all true manhood was in the process of being drilled out of them. I have no doubt that soldiers, well drilled, are, as a class, peculiarly destitute of originality and independence. The officers appeared like men dressed above their condition. It is impossible to give the soldier a good education without making him a disorder. His natural foe is the government that drills him. What would any philanthropist who felt an interest in these men's welfare naturally do, but first of all teach them so to respect themselves that they could not be hired for his work, whatever might be the consequences to this government, or that not drill a few but educate all. I observed one older man among them, grey as a wharf rat, and supple as the devil, marching lockstep with the rest, who would have to pay for the elastic gait. We returned to the citadel along the heights, plucking such flowers as grew there. There was an abundance of succory still in blossom, broad-leaved goldenrod, buttercups, thorn bushes, Canada thistles and ivy, on the very summit of Cape Diamond. I also found a bladder campion in the neighbourhood. We there enjoyed an extensive view, which I will describe in another place. Our pass, which stated that all the rules were to be strictly enforced, as if they were determined to keep up the semblance of reality to the last gasp, opened to us the Dalhousie gates, and we were conducted over the citadel by a bare-legged Highlander in cocked hat and full regimentals. He told us that he had been there about 3 years, and had formerly been stationed in Gibraltar, as if his regiment, having perchance been nestled amid the rocks of Edinburgh Castle, must flit from rock to rock thenceforth over the earth's surface, like a bold eagle or other bird of prey, from eyrie to eyrie. As we were going out, we met the Yankees coming in a body headed by a red-coated officer, called the commandant, and escorted by many citizens, both English and French Canadian. I therefore immediately fell into the procession, and went round the citadel again with more intelligent guides, carrying as before all my effects with me. Seeing that nobody walked with the red-coated commandant, I attached myself to him, and though I was not what is called well dressed, he did not know whether to repel me or not, for I talked like one who was not aware of any deficiency in that respect. Probably there was not one among all the Yankees who went to Canada this time who was not more splendidly dressed than I was. Sorry, just a tractor passing on by. It would have been a poor story if I had not enjoyed some distinction. I had on my bad weather clothes, like Olaf Tryggason the Northman, when he went did a thing in England, where by the way he won his bride. As we stood by the 32-pounder on the summit of Cape Diamond, which is fired 3 times a day, the commandant told me that it would carry to the Isle of Orleans 4 missiles distant, and that no hostile vessel could come around the island. I now saw the subterranean, or rather casemated barracks of the soldiers, which I had not noticed before, though I might have walked over them. They had very narrow windows serving as loopholes for musketry, and small iron chimneys rising above the ground. There we saw the soldiers at home, in an undress splitting wood. I looked to see whether with swords or axes, and in various ways of endeavouring to realise that our nation was now at peace with this part of the world. Being Bagnesian, thank you so much for gifting us up to Nottingham. Much love to you, and big hugs. Sorry, just stretching my back for a sec there. Oh yeah, Didi, Crazy was here. And it was crazy. Crazy, I think, started the first hype train here. The first one I've had. It's not the only one I've had anymore, I think. I think I've had 2. I say as if my memory would remember. But yeah, Crazy's been crazy. But I think he's also been crazy busy, unfortunately. Hope he's doing well. A paradise regiment, chiefly officers, are allowed to marry. A grandfatherly, would-be witty Englishman could give a Yankee whom he was patronising no reason for the Bernese of the Highlanders. Over then already. The rock within the citadel is a little convex, so that shells falling on it would roll towards the circumference where the barracks of the soldiers and officers are. It has been proposed, therefore, to make it slightly concave, so that they may roll into the centre, where they would be comparatively harmless, and it is estimated that to do this would cost £20,000 sterling. It may be well to remember this when I build my next house and have the roof all correct for bombshells. And hello there, Santa, thank you for the follow, hope you are doing well. At mid-afternoon, we made haste down St. Matelote Street towards the falls of Montmorency, about 8 miles down the St. Lawrence on the north side, leaving the further examination of Quebec till our return. On our way we saw men in the streets, sawing logs, spit fashion, and afterward, with a common wood saw and horse, cutting the planks into squares for paving the streets. And hello, Lilia, thank you for the follow, hope you're doing well. This looked very shiftless, especially in a country abounding in water power, and reminded me that I was no longer in Yankee land. I found on inquiry that the excuse for this was that labour was so cheap, and I thought, with some pain, how cheap men are here. I have since learned that the English traveller Warburton remarked, soon after landing at Quebec, that everything was cheap there but men. That must be the difference between going thither from New and from Old England. I had already observed the dogs harnessed to their little milk carts, which contain a single large can, lying asleep in the gutters regardless of the horses, while they rested from their labours at different stages of the ascent in the upper town. I was surprised at the regular and extensive use made of these animals for drawing not only milk but groceries, wood, etc. It reminded me that a dog commonly is not put to any use. Cats catch mice, but dogs only worry the cats. Calm 100 years ago saw sledges here for ladies to ride in, drawn by a pair of dogs, he says. A middle-sized dog is sufficient to draw a single person when the roads are good. And hello there, it's only me. Thank you for keeping me hydrated, and thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. And he was told by old people that horses were very scarce in their youth, and almost all the land carriage was then affected by dogs. They made me think of the Eskimo, who in fact are the next people on the north. Charles Foix says that the first horses were introduced in 1665. Although nice and interesting to learn a bit of North American or more Canadian history in this book. I'll probably forget, my mind ain't great at history, but it is nice to read about it at least. We crossed the Chester Bridge over the St. Charles, the little river in which Cartier, the discoverer of the St. Lawrence, put his ships and spent the winter of 1535, and found ourselves on an excellent macadamized road called Le Chemin de Beauport. We had left Concord Wednesday morning, and we endeavoured to realize that now, Friday morning, we were taking a walk in Canada, in the Seigneury of Beauport, a foreign country, which a few days before had seemed almost as far off as England and France. Instead of rambling to Flint's Pond or the Sudbury Meadows, we found ourselves, after being a little detained in cars and steamboats, after spending half a night at Burlington and half a day at Montreal, taking a walk down the bank of the St. Lawrence through the falls of Montmorency and elsewhere. Well, I thought to myself, here I am in a foreign country. Let me have my eyes about me and take it all in. It already looked and felt a good deal colder than it had in New England, as we might have expected it would. I realized fully that I was 4 degrees nearer the pole, and shuddered at the thought, and I wondered if it were possible that the page's mate might not be all gone when I returned. It was an atmosphere that made me think of a fur trade, which is no interesting in department in Canada, or which is so interesting in department. For I had for all hat covering a thin palm leaf hat without lining, that cost 25 cents, and over my coat one of those unspeakably cheap as well as thin brown linen sacks of the oak pattern, which every summer appear all over New England, thick as the leaves upon the trees. It was a thoroughly Yankee costume which some of my fellow travellers wore in the cars to save their coats at dusting. I wore mine at first because it looked better than the coat it covered, and last because 2 coats were warmer than one. Though one was thin and dirty, I never wear my best coat on a journey, though perchance I could show a certificate to prove that I have a more costly one, at least at home, if that were all that a gentleman required. 'Tis not wise for a traveller to go dressed. I should no more think of it than of putting on a clean dicky and blacking my shoes to go a-fishing, as if you were going out to dine, when in fact the genuine traveller is going out to work hard, and fare harder, to eat a crust by the wayside whenever he can get. Honest travelling is about as dirty work as you can do, and the man needs a pair of overalls for it. As for blackening my shoes in such a case, I should as soon think of blackening my face. I carry a piece of tallow to preserve the leather, and keep out the weather, that's all, and many an officious shoeleg who carried off my shoes when I was slumbering, mistaking me for a gentleman, had had occasion to repent it before he produced a gloss on them. My pack, in fact, was soon made, for I keep a short list of those articles which, from frequent experience, I have found indispensable to the foot traveller. And when I am about to start, I have only to consult that, to be sure that nothing is omitted, and, what is more important, nothing superfluous inserted. Most of my fellow travellers carried carpet bags or valises. Sometimes one had 2 or 3 ponderous yellow valises in his clutch, at each hitch of the cars, as if we were going to have another rush for seats. And when there was a rush in earnest, and there were not a few, I would see my man in the crowd with 2 or 3 affectionate lusty fellows along each side of his arm, between his shoulder and his valises, which last held him tight to his back, like the nut on the end of a screw. I could not help asking in my mind what so great cause was showing Canada to those valises, when perhaps your very niece had to stay at home for want of an escort. I should have liked to be present when the custom house officer came aboard of him, and asking him to declare upon his honour if he had anything but wearing apparel in them. Even the elephant carries but a small trunk on his journeys. The perfection of travelling is to travel without baggage. After considerable reflection and experience, I have concluded that the best bag for the foot traveller is made with a handkerchief, or if you study appearances, a piece of stiff brown paper, well tied up, with a fresh piece within to put outside when the first is torn. That is good for both town and country, and none will know but you are carrying home the silk for a new gown for your wife, when it may be a dirty shirt. A bundle which you can carry literally under your arm, and which will shrink and swell with its contents. I never found a carpet bag of equal capacity, which was not a bundle of itself. We styled ourselves the Knight of the Umbrella and the Bundle, for wherever we went, whether to Notre Dame or Montreal, or the Champ de Mars, to the Town Majors or the Bishop's Palace, to the Citadel with the bare-legged Highlander for our escort, or to the Plains of Abraham to dinner or to bed, the umbrella and the bundle went with us, for we wished to be ready to digress at any moment. We made it our home nowhere in particular, but everywhere where our umbrella and bundle were. It would have been an amusing circumstance if the mayor of one of those cities had politely asked us where we were staying. We would only have answered that we were staying with his honour for the time being. I was amused when, after our return, some green ones inquired if we found it easy to get accommodated, as if we went abroad to get accommodated, when we can get that at home. We met with many charrettes, bringing wood and stone to the city. The most ordinary-looking horses travelled faster than ours, or perhaps they were ordinary-looking, because, as I am told, the Canadians do not use the currycomb. Moreover, it is said that on the approach of winter, their horses acquire an increased quantity of hair to protect them from the cold. If this be true, some of our horses would make you think winter were approaching, even in midsummer. Oh yeah, Didi, I'm reading a travel book from someone going to Canada. Quite some years passed though, so I don't know how much semblance is left, but I suppose nature doth not change that much. So let me quickly sniff my nose a bit, hold on. Getting a bit sniffly. We soon began to see women and girls at work in the fields, digging potatoes alone or bundling up the grain with which the men cut. They appeared in rude health, with a great deal of colour in their cheeks, and if their occupation had made them coarse, it impressed me as better in its effects than making shirts at 4d. apiece, or doing nothing at all. Unless it be chewing slate pencils with still smaller soles, they were much more agreeable objects, with their great broad-brimmed hats and flowing dresses, than the men and boys. We afterward saw them doing various other kinds of work indeed. I thought that we saw more women at work out of doors than men. On our return we observed in this town a girl with Indian boots nearly 2 feet high, taking the hardness of a dog. The purity and transparency of the atmosphere were wonderful. When we had been walking an hour, we were surprised on turning around to see how near the city, with its glittering tin roof, still looked. A village 10 miles off did not appear to be more than 3 or 4. I was convinced that you could see objects distinctly there much farther than here. 'Tis true the villages are of a dazzling white, but the dazzle is to be referred, perhaps, to the transparency of the atmosphere, as much as to the whitewash. Oh, thank you, Miss Annabelle. Thank you for the kind words. Yeah, I love the little fire crackle in the background. It's quite multi-purpose as well. It covers up any background sound as much as it can, I hope. Like cars going on by. There's a big road in front of my house. We'll have a load of car sounds. But I think mainly the mic being a good condenser mic and just a fire in the background will drown that out. It is my humble and trusted fire that I trust to help me through. Yeah, unlike the hums of my PC, I'm pretty sure my mic is picking up way in the background, but lower than the fire, so it nicely drowns it out. Oh, sorry about that. Hope that wasn't too loud. Was quickly adjusting something, since one of my monitors has been doing that as of late. It was originally at a fee, so it has like this speakers on it somewhere, and I've lately just been on 0 volume, which is still making like a staticky noise, until I turn the volume down to less than 0 or something. But alright, sorry about dropping the remote there. Hope that wasn't too loud. Just quickly covering that up with apologies on the likes. And just jumping back into reading as if nothing happened. We were now fairly in the village of Beauport, though there was still but one road. The houses stood close upon this, without any frontage, and at any angle with it, as if they had dropped down, being set with more deference to the road which the sun travels, it being about sundown, and the falls not far off. We began to look round for a lodging, for we preferred to put up at a private house, that we might see more of the inhabitants. We inquired first at the most promising-looking houses, if indeed any were promising. When we knocked, they shouted some French word for come in, perhaps entree, and we asked for a lodging in English, but we found unexpectedly that they spoke French only. Then we went along and tried another house, being generally saluted by a rush of 2 or 3 little curs which readily distinguished a foreigner, and which we were prepared now to hear bark in French. Our first question would be, "Parlez-vous anglais?" But the invariable answer was, "No, monsieur," and we soon found that the inhabitants were exclusively French Canadians, and nobody spoke English at all, any more than in France. That, in fact, we were in a foreign country, where the inhabitants uttered not one familiar sound to us. Also, this is where you get to hear my terrible French accent. I know, like a really crude basic French. I can barely speak and hold a conversation in it, but I'll try my best at these pronunciations. Then we tried by turns to talk French with them, in which we succeeded sometimes pretty well, but for the most part pretty ill. "Pouvez-vous nous donner un lisette nuit?" we would ask. Yeah, my pronunciation that probably wasn't great. Let me try that one again. "Pouvez-vous nous donner un lisette nuit?" Probably still not great, but it flowed well. Let's keep it at that. It felt good enough. That's what they would ask, and it probably is something like, "Can we stay here a night?" Something like that, I think. And then they would answer with French volubility, so that we would catch only a word here and there. We could understand the women and children generally better than the men, and they us, and thus after a while we would learn that they had no more bets than they used. So we were compelled to inquire, "Y a-t-il une maison publique ici?" "Au Bercher," we should have said, perhaps, for they seemed never to have heard of the other, and they answered at length that there was no tavern unless we could get lodgings at the mill, Le Moulin, which we had passed, or they would direct us to a grocery, and almost every house had a small grocery at one end of it. Also, I'm glad right now that there seems to be no French speakers to ridicule my French pronunciation. Or maybe they're just lurking enough and too bothered to say something about it. I'm trying, alright. Salut, comment ça va? And that's about where my own French really kind of stops, to be honest. We called on the public notary or village lawyer, but he had no more bets nor English than the rest. At one house there was so good the misunderstanding that once established through the politeness of all parties, that we were encouraged to walk in and sit down and asked for a good glass of water, and having drank their water we thought it was as good as to have tasted their salt. Is it picons? I really can't tell. I don't know. I feel like my pronunciation isn't horrible at least, but it ain't great either. I mean, it doesn't help that I don't know that much French. I've been learning a bit again lately, but haven't been able to fit in the time properly the last couple of weeks. Also, oui, n'est-ce que je parle anglais? When our host and his wife spoke of their poor accommodations, meaning for themselves, we assured them that they were good enough, for we thought that they were only apologizing for the poorness of the accommodations they were about to offer us, and we did not discover our mistake till they took us up a ladder into a loft and showed to our eyes what they had been labouring in vain to communicate to our brains through our ears, that they had but one apartment with its few beds for the whole family. We made our ideas forthwith, and with gravity perceiving the literal signification of that word, we were finally taken in at a sort of public house whose master worked for Pedersen, the proprietor of the extensive sawmills driven by a portion of the Montmorency stolen from the fall, whose roar we now heard. We here talked or murmured French all the evening with the master of the house and his family, and probably had a more amusing time than if we had completely understood one another. Hello there, Carl. Good day, good day. Interestingly enough, I see that book come by every now and then since it is in the public domain. So it is often quite up there when looking for short books in the public domain. And hello, Kobe, hope you're doing well. Good day to you. At length they showed us to a bed in our best chamber, very high to get into, with a low wooden rill to it. It had no currant sheet, but coarse homemade dark-coloured linen ones. And a low beat drop, thank you for the follow, hope you are doing well. Good day, good day. Afterward, we had to do with sheets still coarser than these, and nearly the colour of our blankets. There was a large open buffet loaded with crockery in one corner of the room, as if to display their wealth to travellers, and pictures of scripture scenes, French, Italian and Spanish, hung around. Our hostess came back directly to inquire if we would have brandy for breakfast. The next morning, when I asked her name, she took down the temperance pledges of herself and husband and children which were hanging against the wall. They were Jean-Baptiste Binet and his wife Geneviève Binet. Jean-Baptiste is a sobriquet of the French Canadians. Well, with me probably not done yet. I doubt my French will go that quick. But I don't know, I'll try to keep on learning. I think I need to, I don't know, I've not really had the time for Duolingo lately, but honestly Duolingo isn't great anyways. It's good to get like a foothold or something. Get a little bit of small knowledge first. But I don't know, I need to get like proper French lessons somewhere, sometime. See about that. Honestly, maybe I could get something via my work. I don't know how I could convince them that a French courses would be good for me for work, but I can always try. After breakfast we proceeded to the fall, which was within half a mile, and at this distance the rustling sound, like the wind among the leaves, filled all the air. We were disappointed to find that we were in some measure shut out from the west side of the fall by the private grounds and fences of Pedersen, who appropriates not only a part of the water for his mill, but a still larger part of the prospect, so that we were obliged to trespass. This gentleman's mansion house and grounds were formerly occupied by the Duke of Kent, father to Queen Victoria. It appeared to me in bad taste for an individual, though he were the father of Queen Victoria, to obtrude himself with his land titles, or at least his fences, on so remarkable a natural phenomenon, which should in every sense belong to mankind. Yeah, maybe I should look out some YouTube videos as well. I don't know. I feel like Duolingo, you really don't get some proper practice in, right? So I don't know, I've been looking maybe if I want to properly learn French, I should just look for a tutor online or something, and it'll cost a handful, but it'll be good proper French tutoring. I'll have to see, I don't know. Maybe someday. Some fall should even be kept sacred from the intrusion of mills and factories, as well as privileges in another than the millwright sense. The small river falls perpendicularly, nearly 250 feet at one pitch. The St. Lawrence falls only 164 feet at Niagara. 'Tis a very simple and noble fall, and leaves nothing to be desired, but the most that I could say of it were only of the force of one other testimony to assure the reader that it is there. We looked directly down on it from the point of a projecting rock, and saw far below us, on a low promontory, the grass kept fresh and green by the perpetual drizzle, looking like moss. The rock is a kind of slate in the crevices, of which grew ferns and goldenrods. The prevailing trees on the shores were spruce and arbor vitae, the latter very large and now full of fruit, also aspens, alders, and the mountain's ash, with its berries. Every emigrant who arrives in this country by way of the St. Lawrence, as he opens a point of the Isle of Orleans, sees the Montmorency tumbling into the great river magnificently in a vast white sheet, making its contribution with emphasis. Roberval's pilot Sean Alvan saw his fall thus, and described it in 1542. 'Tis a splendid introduction to the scenery of Quebec. Instead of an artificial fountain in its square, Quebec is this magnificent natural waterfall to adorn one side of its harbour, within the mouth of the chasm below, which can be entered only at ebb tide. We had a grand view at once of Quebec and of the fall. Calm says that the noise of the fall is sometimes heard at Quebec, about 8 miles distant, and is a sign of a northeast wind. The side of this chasm of soft and crumbling slate, too steep to climb, was among the memorable features of the scene. In the winter of 1829, the frozen spray at a fall, descending on the height of the St. Lawrence, made the hill 126 feet high. It is an annual phenomenon which some think may help explain the formation of glaciers. In the vicinity of the fall we began to notice what looked like our red-fruited thorn bushes, grown to the size of ordinary apple trees, very common and full of large red or yellow fruit, which the inhabitants called pomettes. But I did not learn what they were put to any use. Hello, Hazel Pog. Thank you for the primes up. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. And good day to you. Let me actually see. That is the end of chapter 2 of this travel book. I wanted to just quickly poll where people would be interested in be continuing the travel book, or maybe quickly picking out some other stuff. Hello there, America. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Let me see, should I set up a poll for whether I should continue this book, or quickly throw a poll up for a little further short books? We're kind of just looking to through short books today, I feel. Well, I hope you can get some time to relax and maybe get some naps in or the likes. Alright, yeah, let me open up a poll. I don't know how many people will be voting and interested in it. Being a bit capped in the size of the poll answers, but there we go, there's that one. And then I was thinking, that one looked interesting. And then that one also. They're all kind of short books. Let me know. The first option at Yankee in Canada is what I was currently reading. The travel book of a Yankee traveling to Canada around 1850. Just talking about the cities and natures and the lakes around. But I'm just thinking about maybe switching it up. I don't know if you're still listening to this, but you can always just throw out a vote for something. I don't know. Also, was that vote or that poll rules? Let me actually, if it ends too early and I'm AFK, I don't see the poll result, do I? I'll wait with my quick little break then. But it's looking like the book of tea, swapping on over to that. And it did sound interesting to me, so let me just get that opened up. So the book of tea, as it seems to be winning the poll, let me read out the description at the very least, whilst the poll is still running. The Book of Tea, one of the great English tea classics, is a long essay about a connection between teaism, Taoism, and the aesthetics of Japanese culture. It was written by Okakura Kakuzo in English and was published in the United States in 1906. The essay targets a Western audience and seeks to explain the importance of tea in Japanese culture, not just as a beverage, but as a form of art expressed in different aspects. After a brief introduction of the Western attitude towards tea, Okakura demystifies the admiration of the Japanese people for this green plant by presenting different schools of tea, its connection to Zen philosophy, and how it has affected the arts. The famous tea ceremony and its rigid formalities are explained, together with the contributions of the great tea masters. Hello Fatima, hope you're doing well. Good day, good day. Also, 100% on the votes for the Book of Tea, so I've just finished the description of it, take a quick break, then start the Book of Tea. It sounds really interesting, to be honest. And it's not that old. I actually don't know if it's in the public domain by age or just by the publisher not re-getting the copyright on it. And hello Amberkill, hope you're doing well. Good day to you. The Book of Tea is considered by many to be one of the first books to introduce Eastern culture and philosophy to the Western world. This was possible due to Okakura's early contact with the English language and Western thought, but also due to his later involvement in the Asian art division of the Boston Museum of Fine Arts, which he came to head in 1910. And alright, that's a description for this book. It sounds very interesting. So let me take a quick break before I dive into this book. The Book of Tea. So, hold on, I'll be right back. Let me actually quickly do this. I'm not sure if he can hear me, but let me just quickly do that while I go on a quick break. Keep chat behaved, guys. I'll be right back. And I'm back. Alright. Sorry, miss. It seems that wasn't unneeded. There you go. Back that yelling you go. Just figured have someone looking at it whilst I'm on a break. I wasn't too sure about those. Alright, let me jump into the Book of Tea. It is a dedication, not a piece of text with it, but just saying to John Laforge, Sensei. The Book of Tea, Chapter 1, The Cup of Humanity. Tea began as a medicine and grew into a beverage. In China in the 8th century, it entered the realm of poetry as one of the polite amusements. The 15th century saw Japan ennoble it into a religion of aestheticism, teaism. Teaism is a cult founded on the adoration of the beautiful among the sordid facts of everyday existence. It inculcates purity and harmony, the mystery of mutual charity, the romanticism of the social order. It is essentially a worship of the imperfect, as it is a tender attempt to accomplish something possible in this impossible thing we know as life. The philosophy of tea is not mere aestheticism in the ordinary acceptance of the term, for it expresses conjointly with ethics and religion our whole point of view about man and nature. 'Tis hygiene, for it enforces cleanliness. 'Tis economics, for it shows comfort and simplicity rather than in the complex and costly. It is moral geometry, inasmuch as it defines our sense of proper proportion to the universe. It represents the true spirit of Eastern democracy by making all its votaries aristocrats in taste. The long isolation of Japan from the rest of the world, so conducive to introspection, has been highly favourable to the development of teaism. Our home and habits, costume and cuisine, porcelain, liquor, painting, our very literature, all have been subject to its influence, for no student of Japanese culture could ever ignore its presence. It has permeated the elegance of noble boudoirs and entered the abode of the humble. Our peasants have learned to arrange flowers, our meanest labourer to offer a salutation to the rocks and waters. In our common parlance we speak of the man with no tea in him, when he is insusceptible to the serio-comic interests of the personal drama. Again we stigmatize the untamed tea who, regardless of the mundane tragedy, runs riots in the springtide of emancipated emotions as one with too much tea in him. The outsider may indeed wonder at the seeming much ado about nothing, or a tempest in a teacup, he will say. But when we consider how small, after all, the cup of human enjoyment is, how soon overflowed with tears, how easily drained to the dregs in our quenchless thirst for infinity, we shall not blame ourselves for making so much of the tear cup. Mankind has done worse. In the worship of Bacchus we have sacrificed too freely, and we have even transfigured the gory image of Mars. Why not consecrate ourselves to the Queen of the Comedias, and revel in the warm stream of sympathy that flows from her altar? The liquid amber within the ivory porcelain, the initiated might touch the sweet reticence of Confucius, the piquancy of Laozi, and the ethereal aroma of Sakyamuni himself. Those who cannot feel the littleness of great things in themselves are apt to overlook the greatness of little things in others. The average Westerner in sleek complacency will see in the tea ceremony but another instance of the 1,001 oddities which constitute the quaintness and childishness of the East to him. He was wont to regard Japan as barbarous while she indulged in the gentle arts of peace. He called her civilized, and she began to commit wholesale slaughter on Manchurian battlefields. Much comment has been given lately to the code of the samurai, the art of death which makes our soldiers exalt in self-sacrifice, but scarcely any attention has been drawn to theism, which represents so much of our art of life. Fain would we remain barbarians if our claim to civilization were to be based on the gruesome glory of war. Fain would we await the time when due respect shall be paid to our art and ideals. Interesting opening so far. When will the West understand or try to understand the East? We Asiatics are often appalled by the curious web of facts and fancies which has been woven concerning us. We are pictured as living on the perfume of a lotus, if not on mice and cockroaches. It is either impotent fanaticism or else objective voluptuousness. Indian spirituality has been derided as ignorance, Chinese sobriety as stupidity, Japanese patriotism as the result of fatalism. It has been said that we are less sensible to pain and wounds on account of the callousness of our nervous organization. Why not amuse yourselves at our expense? Asia returns the compliment. There would be further food for merriment if you were to know all that we have imagined and written about you. All the glamour of the perspective is there, all the unconscious homage of wonder, all the silent resentment of the new and undefined. You have been lured with virtues too refined to be envied, and accused of crimes too picturesque to be condemned. Our writers in the past, the wise men who know, informed us that you had bushy tails somewhere hidden in your garments, and often dined of a fricassee of newborn babes. Nay, we had something worse against you. We used to think the most impracticable people on earth, for you were set to preach what you never practiced. Such misconceptions are fast vanishing amongst us. Commerce has forced the European tongues on many an eastern port. Asiatic youths are flocking to Western colleges for the equipment of modern education. Our insight does not penetrate your culture deeply, but at least we are willing to learn. Some of my compatriots have adopted too much of your customs and too much of your etiquette, in the delusion that the acquisition of stiff collars and tall silk hats comprise the attainment of your civilization. And hello there, Logan, thank you for the follow. Hope you are doing well. Pathetic and deplorable as such affectations are, they evince our willingness to approach the West on our knees. Unfortunately, the Western attitude is unfavourable to the understanding our East. The Christian missionary goes to impart but not to receive your information is based on the mere translations of our immense literature, if not on the unreliable anecdotes of passing travellers. It is rarely that the chivalrous pen of Lacadio Hearn, or that of the author of The Web of Indian Life, enlivens the oriental darkness with the torch of our own sentiments. Perhaps if I betray my own ignorance, over a tea called by being so outspoken, its very spirit of politeness expects that you say what you are expected to say and no more. But I am not to be a polite theist. So much harm has been done already by the mutual misunderstanding of the new world and the old, that one need not apologize for contributing his tithe to the furtherance of a better understanding. The beginning of the 20th century would have been spared the spectacle of sanguinary warfare if Russia had condescended to know Japan better. What dire consequences to humanity lie in the contemptuous ignoring of Eastern problems. European imperialism, which has not disdained to raise the absurd cry at the yellow peril, fails to realize that Asia may also awaken to the cruel sense of the white disaster. You may laugh at us for having too much tea, but may we not suspect that you of the West have no tea in your constitution? Let us stop the continents from hurling epigrams at each other, and be sadder if not wiser by the mutual gains of half a hemisphere. We have developed along different lines, but there is no reason why one should not supplement the other. You have gained expansion at the cost of restlessness. We have created a harmony which is weak against aggression. Will you believe it, the East is better off in some respects than the West. Strangely enough, humanity has so far met in the teacup. 'Tis only a hierarchic ceremonial which commands universal esteem. Hold on, I don't have... Try to quickly get my mixer out there to mute that car or tractor or something passing by, but was a bit late. Sorry. The man has scoffed at our religion and our morals, but has accepted the brown beverage without hesitation. The afternoon tea is now an important function in Western society. In the delicate clatter of trays and saucers, in the soft rustle of feminine hospitality, in the common criticism about cream and sugar, we know that the worship at tea is established beyond question. The philosophic resignation and a quest to the fate awaiting him in a dubious decoction proclaims that in this single instance the oriental spirit reigns supreme. Alright, quick breather. Now there's a break in the book. Let me quickly see. The earliest record of tea in European writing is said to be found in the statement of an Arabian traveller that after the year 879 the main sources of revenue in Canton were the duties on salt and tea. Marco Polo records the deposition of a Chinese minister of finance in 1285 for his arbitrary augmentation of the tea taxes. It was at the period of the great discoveries that the European people began to know more about the extreme Orient. At the end of the 16th century, the Hollanders brought the news that a pleasant drink was made in the East from the leaves of a bush. The traveller Giovanni Battista Ramusio, 1559, El Almira, 1576, Maffeno, 1588, Terrera, 1610, also mentioned tea. Let me quickly see what the endnote is on that. Oh, and Paul Kranzel, Berlin, 1902. Or that's who that was attributed to, I think. I don't know. In the last named year, ships of the Dutch East India Company brought the first tea into Europe. It was known in France in 1636 and reached Russia in 1638. England welcomed it in 1650 and spoke of rest, that excellent and by all physicians approved China drink, called by the Chinese cha, and by other nations tea, alias tea. Like all good things of the world, the propaganda of tea met with opposition. Heretics like Henry Saville, 1678, denounced drinking it as a filthy custom. Jonas Hanway, essay on tea, 1756, said that men seemed to lose their stature and comeliness, women their beauty through the use of tea. Its cost at the start about 15 or 16 shillings a pound, forbade popular consumption, and made it regalia for high treatments and entertainments, presents being made thereof to princes and grandees. Yet, in spite of such drawbacks, tea drinking spread with marvellous rapidity. The coffee houses of London in the early half of the 18th century became in fact tea houses. The resort of wits had like Edison and Steele, who beguiled themselves over a dish of tea. The beverage soon became a necessity of life, a taxable matter. We are reminded in this connection what an important part it plays in modern history. Colonial America resigned herself to oppression until human endurance gave way before the heavy duties laid on tea. American independence dates from the throwing of tea chests into Boston Harbor. There is a subtle charm in the taste of tea which makes it irresistible and capable of idealization. Western humorists were not slow to mingle the fragrance of their thought with its aroma. It has not the arrogance of wine, the self-consciousness of coffee, nor the simpering innocence of cocoa. Already in 1711, says the Spectator, I would therefore in a particular manner recommend these my speculations to all law-regulated families that set apart an hour every morning for tea, bread and butter, and would earnestly advise them for their good to order this paper to be punctually served up and to be looked upon as a part of the tea equipage. Samuel Johnson draws his own portrait as a hardened and shameless tea drinker, who for 20 years diluted his meals with only the infusion of the fascinating plant, who with tea amused the evening, with tea solaced the midnight, and with tea welcomed the morning. Charles Lamb, a professed VoD, sounded the true note of teaism when he wrote that the greatest pleasure he knew was to do a good action by stealth and to have it found out by accident. For teaism is the art of concealing beauty that you may discover it, of suggesting what you dare not reveal. It is the noble secret of laughing at yourself, calmly yet thoroughly, and is the humour itself, the smile of philosophy. All genuine humorists may, in this sense, be called tea philosophers. Thackeray, for instance, and of course Shakespeare, the poets of decadence, when was not the world in decadence, in their protests against materialism, have to a certain extent also opened the way to theism. Perhaps nowadays it is a demure contemplation of the imperfect that the West and the East can meet in mutual consolation. And hello there, nor effect. Thank you for the follow. Hope you are doing well. The Taoists relate that at the great beginning of her no beginning, spirit and matter met, in mortal combat. At last the Yellow Emperor, the Son of Heaven, triumphed over Shuyum, the demon of darkness and earth. The Titan in his death agony struck his head against the solar fault, and shiver the blue dome of jade into fragments. The stars lost their nests, the moon wandered aimlessly among the wild chasms of the night. In despair of the yellow emperor, sought far and wide for the repair of the heavens. He had not no surge and fain, out of the eastern sea rose a queen, that a fine Niuka, horn-crowned and dragon-tailed, resplendent in her armour of fire, she wielded the five-coloured rainbow in her magic cauldron, and rebuilt the shiny sky. But 'tis told that Niuka forgot to fill two tiny crevices in the blue firmament. Thus began the dualism of love, two souls rolling through space, and never at the rest until they join together to complete the universe. Everyone has to build a new sky of hope and peace. The heaven of modern humanity is indeed shattered in the cyclopean struggle for wealth and power. The world is groping in the shadow of egotism and vulgarity. Knowledge is bought through a bad conscience, benevolence practiced for the sake of utility. The east and the west like two dragons tossed in a sea of ferment, in vain strive to regain the jewel of life. We need a new Aka again to repair the grand devastation. We await the great avatar. Meanwhile, let us have a sip of tea. The afternoon glow is brightening the bamboos. The fountains are bubbling with the light. The soughing of the pines is heard in our kettle. Let us dream of evanescence and linger in the beautiful foolishness of things. Oh, thank you, miss, if you can hear me. I like it as well, I don't know. I just got these emos in a quick and easy, like kind of cheap pack. So I don't know if I'll be keeping these emotes. Maybe till I get partner, and if when I get partner, I'll look into more emote stuff. Maybe I'll do that. And have a nice lurk, dancer. And let me jump into chapter 2, the schools of tea. Tea is a work of art and needs a master hand to bring out its noblest qualities. We have good and bad teas, we have good and bad paintings, generally the latter. There is no single recipe for making the perfect tea, as there are no rules for producing a titian or a session. Each preparation of the leaves has its individuality, its special affinity with water and heat, its own method of telling a story. The truly beautiful must always be in it. How much do we not suffer through the constant failure of society to recognize the simple and fundamental law of art and life? Literally, a young poet has sadly remarked that there were three most deplorable things in the world: the spoiling of fine youth through false education, the degradation of fine art through vulgar admiration, and the other waste of fine tea through incompetent manipulation. Like art, the tea, at its periods in the schools, its evolution may be roughly divided in three main stages: the boiled tea, the whipped tea, and the steep tea. We moderns belong to the last school. These several methods of appreciating the beverage are indicative of the spirit of the age in which they prevailed. For life is an expression, our unconscious actions, the constant betrayal of our innermost thought. Confucius said that man hideth not. Perhaps we reveal ourselves too much in small things, because we have so little of the great to conceal. The tiny incidents of daily routine are as much a commentary of racial ideals as the highest flight of philosophy or poetry. Even as the difference in favourite vintage marks a separate idiosyncrasies of different periods and nationalities of Europe, so the tea ideals characterize the various moods of Oriental culture. The cake tea which was boiled, the powder tea which was whipped, the leaf tea which was steeped, mark the distinct emotional impulse of the tongue. The song and terminology of art classification we might designate them respectively. The classic, the romantic, and the naturalistic schools of tea. The tea plant in native southern China was known from very early times, the Chinese botany and medicine. It is alluded to in the classics under the various names of Tao, Tse, Chung, Ka, and Ming, and was highly prized for possessing the virtues of relieving fatigue, delighting the soul, strengthening the will, and repairing the eyesight. It was not only administered as an internal dose, but often applied externally. In form of paste to alleviate rheumatic pains. The Taoists claimed it as an important ingredient of the elixir of immortality. The Buddhists used it extensively to prevent drowsiness during their long hours of meditation. By the 4th and 5th centuries, tea became a favorite beverage among the inhabitants of the Yangtze Valley. It was about this time that modern ideograph cha was coined. Evidently a corruption of the classic Tao, the poets of the southern dynasties have left some fragments of their fervent adoration of the froth of the liquid jade. Then emperors used to bestow some rare preparation of the leaves on their high ministers as a reward for eminent services. Yet the method of drinking tea at this stage was primitive in the extreme. The leaves were steamed, crushed in a mortar, made into a cake and boiled together with rice, ginger, salt, orange peel, spices, milk, and sometimes with onions. The custom obtains at the present day among the Tibetans and various Mongolian tribes who make a curious syrup of these ingredients. The use of lemon slices by the Russians who learned to take tea from the Chinese caravanserais points to the survival of the ancient method. It needed the genius of the Tang dynasty to emancipate tea from its crude state and lead to its final idealization. With Lu Wei in the middle of the 8th century, we have our first apostle at tea. He was born in an age when Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism were seeking mutual synthesis. The pantheistic symbolism of the time was urging one to mirror the universal in the particular. Lu Wu, a poet, saw in the tea service the same harmony and order which reigned through all things. In his celebrated work, the Sha King, the holy scripture of tea, he formulated a code of tea. He has since been worshipped as the tutelary god of the Chinese tea merchants. The Cha King consists of 3 volumes and 10 chapters. In the first chapter, Lu Wu treats of the nature of the tea plant, in the second of the implements of foregathering the leaves, in the third of the selection of the leaves. According to him, the best quality of the leaves must have creases, like the leathern boot of Tartar horsemen, curl like the dewlap of a mighty bullock, unfold like a mist rising out of a ravine, gleam like a lake touched by a sever, and be wet and soft like a fine earth newly swept by rain. The fourth chapter is devoted to the enumeration and description of the 24 members of the tea equipage, beginning with a tripod brochure and ending with a bamboo cabinet for containing all these utensils. Here we notice Luo's predilection for Taoist symbolism, as it is interesting to observe in this connection the influence of tea on Chinese ceramics. The celestial porcelain is well known that its origin in an attempt to reproduce the exquisite shade of jade resulting in the Tang dynasty in the blue glaze of the south and the white glaze of the north. Luo considered the blue as the ideal color for the teacup, as it lent additional greenness to the beverage, whereas the white made it look pinkish and distasteful. It was because he used cake tea. Later on, when the tea master of Sung took to the powdered tea, they preferred heavy balls of blue, black and dark brown. The Mings with their steep tea rejoiced in lightware of white porcelain. In the 5th chapter, Lu describes the method of making tea. He eliminates all ingredients except salt. He dwells also on the much discussed questions of the choice of water and the degree of boiling it. According to him, the mountain spring is the best. The river water and the spring water come next in the order of excellence. There are 3 stages of boiling. The first boil is when the little balls, like the eye of fishes, swim on the surface. The second boil is when the balls are like crystal beads, rolling in a fountain. The third boil is when the billows surge wildly in the kettle. The cake tea is roasted before the fire until it becomes soft like a baby's arm and is shredded into powder between pieces of fine paper. Salt is put in the first boil, the tea in the second. At the third boil, a dipperful of cold water is poured into the kettle to settle the tea and revive the youth of the water. Then the beverage was poured into cups and drunk. O nectar, the filmy leaflet hung like scaly clouds in a serene sky, or floated like water lilies on emerald streams. It was of such a beverage that Lu Tung, a Tang poet, wrote, "The first cup moistens my lips and throat, the second cup breaks my loneliness, the third cup surges my burden and thrill, but to find therein some 5,000 volume of odd ideographs. The fourth cup raises a slight perspiration, all the wrong of life passes away through my pores. At the 5th cup I am purified, the 6th cup calls me to the realms of the immortals. The 7th cup, but I could take no more. I only feel the breath of cool wind that rises in my sleeves. Where is Horacian? Let me ride on the sweet breeze and waft away thither." The remaining chapters of the Yankee treat of the vulgarity of the ordinary methods of tea drinking, a historical summary of illustrious tea drinkers, the famous tea plantations of China, the possible variations of the tea service, and illustrations of the tea utensils. The last is unfortunately lost. The appearance of the Cha King must have created considerable sensation at the time. Luo was befriended by the Emperor Taizong, and his fame attracted many followers. Some exquisites were said to have been able to detect the tea made by Luo from that of his disciples. One Mandarin has his name immortalized by his failure to appreciate the tea of this great master. In the Song dynasty, the whipped tea came into fashion and created the second school of tea. The leaves were ground to fine powder in a small stone mill, and the preparation was whipped in hot water by a delicate whisk made of split bamboo. The new process led to some change in the tea equipage of Lowell, as well as in the choice of leaves. Salt was discarded forever. The enthusiasm of the Sung people for tea knew no bounds. Epicures vied with each other in discovering new varieties, and the regular tournaments were held to decide their superiority. The Emperor Gyeosung, who was too great an artist to be a well-behaved monarch, lavished his treasures on the attainment of rare species. He himself wrote a dissertation on the 20 kinds of tea, among which he prizes the white tea as of the rarest and finest quality. The tea ideal of the Sungs differed from the Tangs even as their notion of life differed. They sought to actualize what their predecessors tried to symbolize. To the Neo-Confucian mind, the cosmic law was not reflected in the phenomenal world, but the phenomenal world was the cosmic law itself. Aeons were but moments, nirvana always within grasp. The Taoist conception that immortality lay in the eternal change permeated all their modes of thought. It was the process, not the deed, which was interesting. It was the completing, not the completion, which was really vital. Man came thus at once face to face with nature. A new meaning grew into the art of life. The tea began to be not a poetical pastime, but one of the methods of self-realization. Wang Yucheng eulogized tea as flooding his soul like a direct appeal, that its delicate bitterness reminded him of the aftertaste of a good counsel. So Tumpa wrote of the strength of the immaculate purity in tea, which defied corruption as a truly virtuous man. Among the Buddhists, the Southern Zen sect, which incorporated so much of Taoist doctrines, formulated an elaborate ritual of tea. The monks gathered before the image of Bodhidharma and drank tea out of a single bowl with the profound formality of a holy sacrament. It was this Zen ritual which finally developed into the tea ceremony of Japan in the 15th century. Unfortunately, the sudden outburst of the Mongol tribes in the 13th century, which resulted in the devastation and conquest of China under the barbaric rule of Yuan emperors, destroyed all the fruits of Song culture. The native dynasty are Mings, which attempted renationalization in the middle of the 15th century, was arrested by internal troubles, and China again fell under the alien rule of the Manchus in the 17th century. Manners and customs changed to leave no vestige of the former times. The powder tea is entirely forgotten. We find the Ming commentator at loss to recall the shape of the tea whisk mentioned in one of the Song classics. Tea is now taken by steeping the leaves in hot water in a bowl or cup. The reason why the Western world is innocent of the older method of drinking tea is explained by the fact that Europe knew it only at the close of the Ming dynasty. Also, I wanted to read on whilst cleaning my glass real quick, but surprise, surprise, I don't see enough without my glasses, so I can't read on really. And thank you, Pumba, for the follow. Hope you're doing well. To the latter-day Chinese tea is a delicious beverage, but not an ideal. The long woes of his country have robbed him of the zest for the meaning of life. He has become modern, that is to say, old and disenchanted. He has lost that sublime faith in illusions which constitutes the eternal youth and vigour of the poets and ancients. He is an eclectic and politely accepts the traditions of the universe. He toys with nature, but does not condescend to conquer or worship her. His leaf tea is often wonderful with its flower-like aroma, but the romance of the tang and song ceremonials are not to be found in his cup. Oh, and thank you, Pompa. Thank you very much. Japan, which followed closely in the footsteps of Chinese civilization, has known the tea in all its 3 stages. As early as the year 729, we heard of the Emperor Shumu giving tea to 100 monks in his palace in Nara. The leaves were probably imported by our ambassadors to the Tang court and prepared in the way then in fashion. In 801 the monk Psycho brought back some seeds and planted them in Jason. Many tea gardens are heard of in succeeding centuries, as well as the delight of the aristocracy and priest within the beverage. The Sung tea reached us in 1191 with the return of Jesai Seni, who went there to study the southern school of Sen. The new seeds which he carried home were successfully planted in 3 places, one of which, the Yuji district near Kyoto, bestowed the name of producing the best tea in the world. The southern Sen spread with marvelous rapidity, and with it the tea ritual of the Shogun. And with it spread the tea ritual and the tea ideal of the Sung. By the 15th century, under the patronage of the Shogun Ashikaga Fushinasa, the tea ceremony is fully constituted and made into an independent and secular performance. Since then, teaism is fully established in Japan. The use of the steeped tea of the later China is comparatively recent among us, being only known since the middle of the 17th century. It has replaced the powdered tea in ordinary consumption, though the leather still continues to hold its place as a tea at teas. And hello there, Maceo. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. It is in the Japanese tea ceremony that we see the culmination of tea ideals. A successful resistance of the Mongol invasion in 1281 had enabled us to carry on the Sung movement through the sisterly cut off in China itself through the nomadic inroad. Tea with us became more than an idealization of the form of drink. It is a religion of the art of life. The beverage grew to be an excuse for the worship of purity and refinement, a sacred function in which the host and guest joined to produce for that occasion the utmost beatitude of the mundane. The tea room was an oasis in the dreary waste of existence, where weary travellers could meet and drink from the common spring of art appreciation. The ceremony was an improved drama whose plot was woven about the tea, the flowers and the paintings. Not a colour to disturb the tone of the room, not a sound to mar the rhythm of things, not a gesture to obtrude on the harmony, not a word to break the unity of the surroundings. All movements to be performed simply and naturally. Such were the aims of the tea ceremony, and strangely enough it was often successful. A subtle philosophy lay behind it all. Teaism was Taoism in disguise. And hello there in the 60. Thank you for the follow, hope you're doing well. Let me take a quick breather between chapters. jump further on into Chapter 3, Taoism and Zennism. The connection of Zennism with tea is proverbial. We've already remarked that the tea company was a development of the Zen ritual. The name of Laozi, the founder of Taoism, is also intimately associated with the history of tea. It is written in the Chinese school manual concerning the origin of habits and customs that the ceremony of offering tea to a guest began with Kuan Yin, a well-known disciple of Laozi, who first at the gate of the Han Pass presented to the old philosopher a cup of the golden elixir we shall not stop to discuss. The authenticity of such tales, which are valuable, however, as confirming the early use of the beverage by the Taoists. Our interest in Taoism and Zennism here lies mainly in those ideas regarding life and art which are embodied in what we call Teaism. And hello, and thank you for the follow, Sky Technic. Hope you're doing well. It is to be regretted that as yet there appears to be no adequate presentation of the Taoist and Zen doctrines in any foreign language, though we have had several laudable attempts. Translation is always a treason, and as a Ming author observes, can at its best be only the reverse side of a brocade. All the threads are there, but not a subtlety of colour or design. But after all, what great doctrine is there which is easy to expound? The ancient sages never put their teachings in systematic form. They spoke in paradoxes, for they were afraid of uttering half-truths. They began by talking like fools and ended by making their hearers wise. Laozi himself, with his quaint humour, says, "If people of inferior intelligence hear of the Tao, they laugh immensely. It would not be the Tao unless they laughed at it." The Tao literally means a path. It has been severally translated as the way, the absolute, the law, nature, supreme reason, the mode. These renderings are not incorrect, for the use of the term by the Taoists differs according to the subject matter of the inquiry. Laozi himself spoke of it thus: "There is a thing which is all-containing, which was born before the existence of heaven and earth. How silent, how solitary! It stands alone and changes not. It revolves without danger to itself, and is the mother of the universe. I do not know its name, and so call it the path with reluctance. I call it the infinite. Infinity is the fleeting is the vanishing is the reverting. The Tao is in the passage rather than the path. It is the spirit of cosmic change, the eternal growth which returns upon itself to produce new forms. It recoils upon itself like the dragon, the beloved symbol of the Taoists. It folds and unfolds as do the clouds. The Tao might be spoken of as the great transition. Subjectively, it is the mood of the universe. Its absolute is the relative. It should be remembered in the first place that Taoism, like its legitimate successor Zennism, represents the individualistic trend of the southern Chinese mind, in contradiction to the communism of northern China, which expressed itself in Confucianism. The Middle Kingdom is as vast as Europe, and as a differentiation of idiosyncrasies marked by the two great river systems which traverse it. The Yangtze Kang and Huanghe are respectively the Mediterranean and the Baltic. Even today, in spite of centuries of unification, the southern celestial differs in his thoughts and beliefs from his northern brother, as a member of the Latin race differs from the Teuton. In ancient days when communication was even more difficult than at present, and especially during the feudal period, this difference in thought was most pronounced. The art and poetry of the one breathes an atmosphere entirely distinct from that of the other. In Laozi and his followers, an sphere entirely distinct from that of the other. In Laozi and his followers, and in Kutsugan, the forerunner of the Yangtze nature poets, we find an idealism quite inconsistent with the prosaic ethical notions of the contemporary northern writers. Laozi lived 5 centuries before the Christian era. Oh, nice, nice. It's not been that long yet. It's only been 3 hours. Hope you had a nice nap. Also, wait. You say you've slept for 6 hours, but if you fell asleep with my stream, it's not been that long. Maybe time to get back to bed. But yeah, I hope you have had a lovely and nice sleep. I'm doing well. Just reading the interesting book, The Book of Tea, by Okakura Kakuzo. A book about teaism and the art of tea and all the likes. It's been quite lovely so far, although maybe a bit rough to understand, just me rambling on the words. The germ of Taoist speculation may be found long before the advent of Laozi, surnamed the Long-Eared. Oh well, it's good to hear you feel great anyways, and well, a nice workout is good as well. The archaic records of China, especially the Book of Changes, foreshadow his thought, but a great respect paid to the laws and customs of that classic period of Chinese civilization, which culminated with the establishment of the Zhou dynasty in the 16th century BC, kept the development of individualism in check for a long while. So it was not until after the disintegration of the Zhou dynasty and the establishment of innumerable independent kingdoms that was able to blossom forth in the luxuriance of free thought. The Yuezhi and Sozi Zhuangzi were both southerners and the greatest exponents of the new school. On the other hand, Confucius with his numerous disciples aimed at retaining ancestral conventions. Taoism cannot be understood without some knowledge of Confucianism and vice versa. We have said that the Tao is absolute was the relative. In ethics the Tao is the real to the laws and the moral codes of society, for to them right and wrong were but relative terms. Definition is always limitation, the fixed and unchangeless are but terms expressive of stoppage of growth. Said Kusagan, the sages move the world. Nice. Our standards of morality are begotten of the past needs of society, but a society that remain always the same. The observance of communal traditions involves a constant sacrifice of the individual to the state. Education, in order to keep up the mighty delusion, encourages a speed of ignorance. People are not thought to be really virtuous, but to behave properly. We are wicked because we are frightfully self-conscious. We nurse a conscience because we are afraid to tell the truth to the others. We take a refuge in pride because we are afraid to tell the truth to ourselves. How can one be serious with the world when the world itself is so ridiculous? The spirit of barter is everywhere, honor and chastity. Behold the complacent salesman retailing the good and true. One can even buy a so-called religion, which is really but common morality sanctified with flowers and music. Rob the church of her accessories and what remains behind, yet the thrush thrive marvellously, for the prizes are absurdly cheap. A prayer for a ticket to heaven, a diploma for an honourable citizenship. Hide yourself under a bushel quickly, for if your real usefulness were known to the world, you would soon be knocked down through the highest bidder by the public auctioneer. Why do men and women like to advertise themselves so much? Is it not but an instinct derived from the days of slavery? The fertility of the ideal lies not less in its power of breaking through contemporary thought than in its capacity for dominating subsequent movements. Taoism was an active power during the Shin dynasty, that epoch of Chinese unification from which we derive the name China. It would be interesting had we time to note its influence on contemporary thinkers, the mathematicians, writers on law and war, the mystics and alchemists, and the later nature poets of the Yangtze Kiang. We should not even ignore those speculators on reality who doubted whatever a white horse was real because he was white, or because he was solid, nor the conversationalists of the six dynasties who, like the Zen philosophers, revelled in discussions concerning the pure and the abstract. Above all, we should pay homage to Taoism for what it has done toward the formation of the celestial character, giving to it a certain capacity for a servant refinement as warm as jade. Chinese history is full of instances in which the votaries of Taoism princes and hermits alike followed with varied and interesting results the teachings of their creed. The tale will not be without its core of instructions and amusement. It will be rich in anecdotes, allegories, and aphorisms. We would fain be on speaking terms with the delightful emperor, who never died because he had never lived. We may ride the wind with Lizzie and find it absolutely quiet, because we ourselves are the wind or dwell in mid-air, with the aged one of the Wang Ho, who lived betwixt heaven and earth, because he was subject to neither the one nor the other. Even in that grotesque apology for Taoism, which we find in China at the present day, we can revel in a wealth of imagery impossible to find any other god. The chief contribution of Taoism to Asiatic life happened in the realm of aesthetics. Chinese historians have always spoken of Taoism as the art of being in the world, for it deals with the present ourselves. 'Tis in us that God meets with nature, and yesterday passed from tomorrow. The present is the moving infinity, the legitimate sphere and a relative. Relativity seeks adjustment, adjustment is art. The art of life lies in a constant readjustment to our surroundings. Taoism accepts the mundane as it is, and, unlike the Confucians or the Buddhists, tries to find beauty in our world of woe, and the Confucians or the tries to find beauty in our world of woe and worry. The sung allegory of the three vinegar tasters explains admirably the trend of the three doctrines. Sakyamuni, Confucius, and Luisi once stood before a jar of vinegar, the emblem of life, and each dipped in his finger to taste the brew. The matter-of-fact Confucius found it sour, the Buddha called it bitter, and Luisi pronounced it sweet. The Taoists claimed that the comedy of life could be made more interesting if everyone would preserve the unities. To keep the proportion of things and give place to others without losing one's own position was the secret of success in the mundane drama. We must know the whole play in order to properly act our parts. The conception of totality must never be lost in that of the individual. This Laozi illustrates by his favorite metaphor of the vacuum. He claimed that only in vacuum lay the truly essential. The reality of a room, for instance, was to be found in the vacant space, enclosed by the roof and the walls, not in the roof and walls themselves. The usefulness of a water pitcher dwelt in the emptiness where water might be put, not in the form of a pitcher or the material of which it was made. Vacuum is all potent because all containing. In vacuum alone motion becomes possible. One who could make of himself a vacuum into which others might freely enter would become a master of all situations. The whole can always dominate the part. These Taoist ideas have greatly influenced all our theories of action, even to those of fencing and wrestling. Jiu-jitsu, the Japanese art of self-defense, owes its name to a passage in the Tao Te Ching. In jiu-jitsu one seeks to draw out and exhaust the enemy's strength by non-resistance, vacuum while conserving one's own strength, for victory in the final struggle. In art, the importance of the same principle is illustrated by the value of suggestion. In leaving something unsaid, the beholder is given a chance to complete the idea, and thus a great masterpiece irresistibly rivets your attention until you seem to become actually a part of it. A vacuum is there for you to enter and fill up the full measure of your aesthetic emotion. He who had made himself of the art of living was the real man of the Taoist. At birth he enters the realm of dreams, only to awaken the reality in death. He tempers his own brightness in order to immerse himself into the obscurity of others. He is reluctant as one who crosses a stream in winter, hesitating as one who fears the neighborhood, respectful like a guest trembling, like ice that is about to melt, unassuming like a piece of wood not yet carved, vacant like a valley, formless like troubled waters. To him the three jewels of life are pity, economy, and modesty. Need to take a breath real quick there in between paragraphs. My. If now we turn our attention to Zennism, we shall find that it emphasizes the teachings of Taoism. Zen is a name derived from the Sanskrit word jhana, which signifies meditation. It claims that through consecrated meditation we may attain supreme self-realization. Meditation is one of the 6 ways through which Buddhahood may be reached, and the Zen ascertains and the Zen sectarians affirm that Sakyamuni laid special stress on this method in his later teachings, handing down the rules to his chief disciple Kashyapa. According to their tradition, Kashyapa, the first Saint Patriarch, imparted the secret to Ananda, who in turn passed it on to successive patriarchs until it reached Bodhidharma, the 28th. Bodhidharma came to northern China in the early half of the 6th century and was the first patriarch of the Chinese Zen. There is much uncertainty about the history of these patriarchs and their doctrines. In its philosophical respect, early Zennism seems to have affinity on one end to the Indian negativism for Nagarjuna, and on the other to the Gnana philosophy formulated by Sancharacharya. The first teachings of Zen as we know it at the present day must be attributed to the 6th Chinese patriarch Zeno, founder of southern Zen, so called from the fact of its predominance in southern China. He is closely followed by the great Baso, who made of Zen a living influence in celestial life. Hyakuyo, the pupil of Baso, first instituted the Zen monastery and established a ritual and regulations for his government. In the discussions of the Zen school after the time of Baso, we find the play of the Yangtze Kyung mind causing an accession of native modes of thought, in contrast to the former Indian idealism. Whatever sectarian pride may assert the contrary, one cannot help being impressed by the similarity of southern Zen to the teachings of Laozi and the Taoist conversationalists. In the Tao-taking we already find allusions to the importance of self-concentration and the need of properly regulating the breath, essential points in the practice of Zen meditation. Some of the best commentaries on the Book of Laozi have been written by Zen scholars. Zennism, like Taoism, is the worship of relativity. One master defines Zen as the art of feeling the polar star in the southern sky. Truth can be reached only through the comprehension of opposites. Again, Zennism, like Taoism, is a strong advocate of individualism. Nothing is real except that which concerns the working of our own minds. Alright, Clarence, see you later. Take care. Have a nice rest of your day and have a great weekend. And hey, thank you for being here. You know, the 6th patriarch once saw 2 monks watching the flag of a pagoda fluttering in the wind. One said, get some time for penning here actually. One said, it is the wind that moves. The other said, it is the flag that moves. But Juno explained to them that the real movement was neither of the wind nor the flag, but of something within their own minds. Hyakuyo was walking in the forest with a disciple when a hare scurried off in their approach. Why does the hare fly from you? Asked Hyakuyo. Because he is afraid of me, was the answer. No, said the master. It is because you have murderous instinct. The dialogue recalls that of Soji Jiangtsu, the Taoist. One day Soji are enjoying themselves in the water. One day Soshi was walking on the bank of a river with a friend. "How delightfully the fishes are enjoying themselves in the water," exclaimed Soshi. His friend spake to him thus: "You are not a fish, how do you know that the fishes are enjoying themselves?" "You are not myself," returned Soshi. "How do you know that I do not know that the fishes are enjoying themselves?" And that's the lovely, good old Chinese Stoic wisdom I sometimes love. Like, of course. How do you not know that I don't know that the fish are enjoying themselves, huh? Oh, well. Zen was often opposed to the precepts of Orthodox Buddhism, even as Taoism was opposed to Confucianism. To the transcendental insight of the Zen, words were but an encumbrance to thought, the whole sway of Buddhist scriptures, only commentaries on personal speculation. The followers of Zen aimed at direct communion with the inner nature of things, regarding their outward accessories only as impediments to a clear perception of truth. It was this love of the abstract that led the Zen to prefer black and white sketches to the elaborately colored paintings of the classic Buddhist school. Some of the Zen even became iconoclastic as a result of their endeavor to recognize the Buddha in themselves, rather than through images and symbolism. We find Tenkawosho breaking up a wooden statue of Buddha on a wintry day to make a fire. "What a sacrilege," said the horror-stricken bystander. "I wish to get to the shali out of the ashes," calmly rejoined the Zen. "But you certainly will not get shali from this image. Alright. But you certainly shall not get shali from this image," was the angry retort to which Tanga replied. "If I do not, this is certainly not a Buddha, and I am committing no sacrilege." Then he returned to warm himself over the kindling fire. A special contribution of Zen to Eastern thought was its recognition of the mundane as of equal importance with the spiritual. It held that in the great relation of things there was no distinction of small and great, an atom possessing equal possibilities with the universe. The seeker for perfection must discover in his own life the reflection of the inner light. The organization of the Zen monastery was very significant of this point of view. To every member except the abbot was assigned some special work in the caretaking of the monastery, and curiously enough to the novices was committed the lighter duties, while to the most respected and advanced monks were given the more irksome and menial tasks. Such service formed a part of the Zen discipline, and every least action must be done absolutely perfectly. Thus many a weighty discussion ensued while weeding the garden, paring a turnip or serving tea. The whole ideal of theism is a result of the Zen conception of greatness in the smallest incidents of life. Taoism furnished the basis for aesthetic ideals. Zennism made them practical. Alright. Alright, let me quickly look how long this next chapter is. It's reasonably long, but not too long, I think. Let me do this next chapter and then I think I'll call it a day. It's not the end of this book either, but I don't know, it was nice dabbling in some different books. A book about travel and here an essay about tea. It's not a more common fiction book. But it was interesting visiting these as well. Alright, chapter 4, the tea room. The European architects brought up on the traditions of stone and brick construction. A Japanese method of building with wood and bamboo seems scarcely worthy to be ranked as architecture. It is but quite recently that a competent student of Western architecture has recognized and paid tribute to the remarkable perfection of our great temples. Such being the case as regards our classic architecture, we could hardly expect the outsider to appreciate the subtle beauty of the tea room, its principles of construction and decoration being entirely different from those of the West. The tea room, the Sukiya, does not pretend to be other than a mere cottage, a straw hut as we call it. The original ideographs for Sukiya mean the abode of fancy. Literally, the various tea masters substituted various Chinese characters according to their conception of the tea room, and the term Sukiya may signify the abode of vacancy, or the abode of the unsymmetrical. It is an abode of fancy inasmuch as it is an ephemeral structure built to house a poetic impulse. It is an abode of vacancy inasmuch as the voids of ornamentation except for what may be placed in it to satisfy some aesthetic need of the moment. It is an abode of the unsymmetrical inasmuch as it is consecrated to the worship of the imperfect, purposely leaving something unfinished for the play of the imagination to complete. The ideals of teaism have since the 16th century influenced our architecture to such degree that the ordinary Japanese interior of the present day, on account of the extreme simplicity and chasteness of its scheme of decoration, appears to foreigners almost barren. The first independent tea room was the creation of Yankee, commonly known by his later name of Rikyu, the greatest of all tea masters who, in the 16th century, under the patronage of Taiko Hideyoshi, instituted and brought to a high state of perfection the formalities of the tea ceremony. The proportions of the tea room had been previously determined by Yoho, a famous tea master of the 15th century. The early tea room consisted merely of a portion of the ordinary drawing room, partitioned off by screens for the purpose of tea gathering. The portion partitioned off was called the kakoi enclosure, a name still applied to those tea rooms which are built into a house and are not independent constructions. The Sukiya consists of the tea room proper, designed to accommodate no more than 5 persons, a number suggestive of the saying, more than the Graces and less than the Muses. An ante-room, Mitsuya, where the tea utensils are washed and arranged before being brought in, a partiso, Mikshiai, in which the guests wait until they receive their summons to enter the tea room, and the garden path, the roji, which connects the Makiai with the tea room. The tea room is unimpressive in appearance. It is smaller than the smallest of Japanese houses, while the materials used in its construction are intended to give the suggestion of refined poverty. Yet we must endure that all this as the result of profound artistic forethought. and that the details have been worked out with care perhaps even greater than that expended on the building of the richest palaces and temples. A good tea room is more costly than an ordinary mansion, for the selection of its materials as well as workmanship requires immense care and precision. Indeed, the carpenters employed by the tea masters form a distinct and highly honoured class among artisans, their work being no less delicate than that of the makers of lacquer cabinets. The tea room is not only different from any production of Western architecture, but also contrasts strongly with the classical architecture of Japan itself. Our ancient noble edifices, whether secular or ecclesiastical, were not to be despised even as regards their mere size. The few that have been spared in the disastrous conflagrations of centuries are still capable of awing us by the grandeur and the richness of their decoration. Huge pillars of wood, from 2 to 3 feet in diameter and from 30 to 40 feet high, supported by a complicated network of brackets, the enormous beams which groaned under the weight of the tile covered the roofs. The material and mode of construction, though weak against fire, proved itself strong against earthquakes, and was well suited to the climatic conditions of the country. In the Golden Hall of Virjoyu and the Pagoda of Yakushiji, we have noteworthy examples of the durability of our wooden architecture. These buildings have practically stood intact for nearly 12 centuries. The interior of the old temples and palaces, which profusely decorated in the Huro temple at Uji, dating from the 10th century, we can still see the elaborate canopy and gilded baldachinos, many coloured and inlaid with mirrors and mother of pearl, as well as remains of the paintings and sculpture which formerly covered the walls, either at Nikko and in the Nijo castle in Kyoto. We see structural beauty sacrificed to a wealth of ornamentation, which in colour and exquisite detail equals the utmost gorgeousness of Arabian or Moorish effort. The simplicity and purism of the tea room resulted from emulation of the Zen monastery. The Zen monastery differs from those of other Buddhist sects inasmuch as it is meant only to be a dwelling place for the monks. Its chapel is not a place of worship or pilgrimage, but a college room where the students congregate for discussion and the practice of meditation. The room is bare except for a central alcove, in which behind the altar is a statue of Bodhidharma, the founder of the sect, or the Sakyamuni, unattended by Kashyapa and Ananda, the 2 earliest Zen patriarchs. On the altar, flowers and incense are offered up in the ceremony of the great contributions which these sages made to Zen. We have already said that it was the ritual instituted by the Zen monks of successively drinking tea out of a bowl before the image of Bodhidharma, which laid the foundations of the tea ceremony. We might add here that the altar of the Zen chapel was the prototype of the tokonoma, the place of honor in a Japanese room, which paintings and flowers are placed for the edification of the guests. All our great tea masters were students of Zen and attempted to introduce the spirits of Zenism into the actualities of life. Thus the room, like the other equipment of the tea ceremony, which is 4 mats and a half, or 10 feet square, is determined by a passage in the Sutra of Vikramaditya. In that interesting work, Vikramaditya welcomes the saint Manjushri and 84,000 disciples of Buddha in the room of the sighs, an allegory based on the theory of the non-existence of space to the truly enlightened. Again, the roji, the garden path which leads from the makyai to the tea room, signify the first stage of meditation, the passage into self-illumination. Also terribly sorry if I'm terribly butchering the pronunciation of all these words. I'm trying my best. I think I'm usually at least alright at pronunciation of words of languages that I've heard a bit of. The roji was intended to break connection with the outside world and produce a fresh sensation conducive to the full enjoyment of aestheticism in the tea room itself. One who has trodden this garden path cannot fail to remember how his spirit, as he walked in the twilight of evergreens over the irregularities of the stepping stones, beneath which lay dried pine needles, and passed beside the moss-covered granite lanterns, became uplifted above ordinary thoughts. One may be in the midst of a city, and yet feel as if he were in the forest far away from the dust and din of civilization. Great was the ingenuity displayed by the tea masters in producing these effects of serenity and purity. The nature of the sensations to be aroused in passing through the roji differed with different tea masters. Some, like Rikyu, aimed at utter loneliness and claimed the secret of making a roji was contained in the ancient Diri. A look beyond flowers or not, nor tinted leaves on the sea beach, a solitary cottage stands in the waning light of an autumn eve. Others like Kobori and Shiu sought for a different effect, and Shiu said the idea of the garden path was to be found in the following verses: a cluster of summer trees, a bit of the sea, a pale evening moon. 'Tis not difficult to gather his meaning. He wished to create the attitude of a newly awakened soul, still lingering amidst shadowy dreams of the past, yet bathing in the sweet unconsciousness of a mellow spiritual light, and yearning for the freedom that lay in the expanse beyond. Thus prepared, the guest will silently approach the sanctuary, and the samurai will leave his sword on the rack beneath the eaves, the tea room being preeminently the house of peace. Then he will bend low and creep into the room through a small door of more than 3 feet in height. That is very, very small. This proceeding was incumbent on all guests, high and low alike, and was intended to inculcate humility. The order of precedence having been mutually agreed upon while resting in the makyai, the guests one by one will enter noiselessly and take their seats, first making obeisance to the picture or flower arrangements on the tokonoma. The host will not enter the room until all the guests have seated themselves, and quiet reigns with nothing to break the silence save the note of the boiling water in the iron kettle. The kettle sings well, for pieces of iron are so arranged in the bottom as to produce a peculiar melody, in which one may hear the echoes of a cataract muffled by clouds of a distant sea breaking among the rocks, a rainstorm sweeping through a bamboo forest, or of the soughing of pines in some faraway hill. And the Lord that reflects us, thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. a nice and relaxing Friday to you. Even in the daytime the light in the room was subdued, for the low eave of the slanting roof admits but few of the sun's rays. Everything is sober in tint from the ceiling to the floor. The guests themselves have carefully chosen garments of unobtrusive colours. The mellowness of age is overall everything suggestive of recent acquirement, being tabooed save only the one note of contrast, furnished by the bamboo dipper, and the linen napkin both immaculately white and new. However faded the tea room and the tea equipage may seem, everything is absolutely clean. Not a particle of dust will be found in the darkest corner, for if any exists, the host is not a tea master. One of the first requisites of a tea master is the knowledge of how to sweep, clean and wash, for there is an art in cleaning and dusting. A piece of antique metal work must not be attacked with the unscrupulous seal of the Dutch housewife. Dripping water from a flower vase need not be wiped away, for it may be suggestive of dew and coolness. In this connection there is a story of Rikiu, which well illustrates the ideas of cleanliness entertained by the tea masters. Rikiu was watching his son Shone as he swept and watered the garden path. "Not clean enough," said Rikiu when Shone had finished his task, and bade him try again. After a weary hour the son returned to Rikiu. "Father, there is nothing more to be done. The steps have been washed for the third time, the stone lanterns and the trees are well sprinkled with water. Moss and lichens are shining with a fresh verdure. Not a twig nor a leaf have I left on the ground." "Young fool," chided the tea master, "that is not the way a garden path should be swept." Saying this, Rikiu stepped into the garden, shook a tree and scattered over the garden gold and crimson leaves, scraps of the brocade of autumn. What Rikiu demanded was not cleanliness alone, but the beautiful and the natural also. The name abode of fancy implies a structure created to meet some individual artistic requirement. The tea room is made for the tea master, not the tea master for the tea room. It is not intended for posterity and is therefore ephemeral. The idea that everyone should have a house of his own is based on an ancient custom of the Japanese race. Shinto superstition ordaining that every dwelling should be evacuated on the death of its chief occupant. Perhaps there may have been some unrealized sanitary reason for this practice. Another early custom was that a newly built house should be provided for each couple that married. It is on account of such customs that we find the imperial capital so frequently removed from one side to another in ancient days. The rebuilding over 20 years of Ai Temple, the supreme shrine of the Sun Goddess, is an example of one of these ancient rites which still obtain at the present day. The observance of these customs was only possible with some form of construction, as that furnished by a system of wooden architecture. Easily pulled down, easily built up, a more lasting style employing brick and stone would have rendered migrations impracticable, as indeed they became when the more stable and massive wooden construction of China was adopted by us after the Nara period. the predominance of Zen individualism in the 15th century, however, the old idea became imbued with a deeper significance as conceived in connection with the tea room. Zennism was the Buddhist theory of evanescence, and its demands for the mastery of spirit over matter recognized the house only as a temporary refuge for the body. The body itself was but a hut in the wilderness, a flimsy shelter made by tying together the grasses that grew around. When they ceased to be around again, or bound together, they again became resolved into the original waste. In the tea room, fugitiveness is suggested in the thatched roof, frailty in the slender pillars, lightness in the bamboo support, apparent carelessness in the use of commonplace materials, the eternalness to be found only in the spirit which, embodied in these simple surroundings, purifies them with the subtle light of its refinement. The tea room should be built to suit some individual taste is an enforcement of the principle of vitality in art. Art, to be fully appreciated, must be true to contemporaneous life. It is not that we should ignore the claims of posterity, but that we should seek to enjoy the present more. It is not that we should disregard the creations of the past, but that we should try to assimilate them into our consciousness. Slavish conformity to traditions and formulas feather the expressions of individuality in architecture. We can but weep over the senseless imitations of European buildings which one beholds in modern Japan. We marvel why among the most progressive Western nations architecture should be so devoid of originality, so replete with repetitions of obsolete styles. Perhaps we are passing through an age of democratization in art, while awaiting the rise of some princely master who shall establish a new dynasty. Would that we loved the ancients more and copied them less. It has been said that the Greeks were great because they never drew from the antique. The term abode of vacancy, besides conveying the Taoist theory of the all-containing, involves the conceptions of a continued need of change and the creative motives. The tea room is absolutely empty, except for what may be placed there temporarily to satisfy some aesthetic mood. Hello there, Blout, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Nice to see you again, and thank you. Thank you so much. If you're wondering what I'm droning on about, we're just reading up on tea rooms from the Book of Tea by Okakura Kakuso. It's been a very interesting book, I feel. I'll probably be ending after this chapter, unfortunately, but I will need to finish it sometime. Some special art object is brought in for the occasion, and everything else is selected and arranged to enhance the beauty of the principal theme. One cannot listen to different pieces of music at the same time. A real comprehension of the beautiful being possible only through concentration upon some central motive. Thus it will be seen that the system of decoration in our tea rooms is opposed to that which obtains in the West, where the interior of a house is often converted into a museum. To a Japanese accustomed to simplicity of ornamentation and frequent change of decorative method, a Western interior permanently filled with a vast array of pictures, statuary and bric-a-brac gives the impression of mere vulgar display of riches. It calls for a mighty wealth of appreciation to enjoy the constant sight of even a masterpiece, and limitless indeed must be the capacity for artistic feeling in those who can exist the day after day in the midst of such confusion of colour and form as is to be often seen in the homes of Europe and America. The abode of unsymmetrical suggests another phase of our decorative scheme. The absence of symmetry in Japanese art objects, as often commented on by Western critics, is also as a result of a working out through Zennism of Taoist ideals. Confucianism with its deep-seated idea of dualism, and Northern Buddhism with its worship of a trinity, were in no way opposed to the expression of symmetry. As a matter of fact, if we study the ancient bronzes of China, or the religious art of the Tang dynasty and the Nara period, we shall recognize a constant striving after symmetry. The decoration of our classical interiors was decidedly irregular in its arrangement. The Taoist and Zen conception of perfection, however, was different. The dynamic nature of their philosophy laid more stress upon the process through which perfection was sought than upon perfection itself. True beauty could be discovered only by one who mentally completed the incomplete, the fertility of life, and the art lay in its possibilities for growth. It's a book / essay on on tea and teaism and kind of beliefs around tea. So a lot of Japanese and Chinese culture as well. It's very interesting. And yeah, it's in the lovely public domain, so feel free to check it out on that site over there. You're free to read it. Yeah, it's been very interesting, very lovely as well. In the tea room it is left for each guest in imagination to complete a total effect in relation to himself. Since Zennism has become the prevailing mode of thought, the art of the extreme Orient has purposefully avoided the symmetrical as expressing not only completion but repetition. Uniformity of design was considered fatal to the freshness of imagination. Thus, landscaped birds and flowers became the favorite subjects for depiction rather than the human figure, the latter being present in the person of the beholder himself. We are often too much in evidence as this, and in spite of our vanity, even self-regard is apt to become monotonous. So yeah, this chapter we're on right now, I think was chapter 5 if I remember correctly. Somewhere closer at least. It's titled The Tea Room, as it is about like the tea rooms and the tea houses, and well, currently a lot of their interior design. And I don't know yet, kind of is putting the idea in my head of maybe sometime in my life being able to be at a proper tea ceremony like that in Japan or the likes. I'd be very humble too, but on the other hand I'd also feel like I'd not be able to properly appreciate it or the likes, or maybe not be appreciative and nice enough to, I don't know, experience that. I don't know. Just a quick ramble on that. In the tea room, the fear of repetition is a constant presence. The various objects for the decoration of a room should be so selected that no color or design shall be repeated. Hello there, Orca. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Thank you for the follow. How's your day been? If you have a living flower, a painting of flowers is not allowable. If you are using a round kettle, the water picture should be angular. A cup with a black gay lace should not be associated with the tea caddy of black lacquer. In placing a face of an incense burner on the tokonoma, care should be taken not to put it in the exact center, lest it divide the space into equal halves. The pillar of the tokonoma should be of a different kind of wood from the other pillars, in order to break any suggestion of minority in the room. Here again the Japanese method of interior decoration differs from that of the Occident, where we see objects arrayed symmetrically on mantelpieces and elsewhere. In Western houses we are often confronted with what appears to us useless reiteration. We find that trying to talk to a man who has full-length portrait stares at us from behind his back. We wonder which is real, he of the picture or he who talks, and feel a curious conviction that one of them must be a fraud. Many a time have we sat at a festive board contemplating, with a secret shock to our digestion, the representation of abundance on a dining room walls, while these pictured victims of chase and sport, the elaborate carvings of fishes and fruit, while a display of family plates, reminding us of those who have dined and are dead. The simplicity of the tea room and its freedom from vulgarity make it truly a sanctuary from the vexations of the outer world. There and there alone can one consecrate himself to undisturbed adoration of the beautiful. In the 16th century, the tea room afforded a welcome respite from labour to the fierce warriors and statesmen engaged in the unification and reconstruction of Japan. In the 17th century, after the strict formalism of the Tokugawa rule had been developed, it offered the only opportunity possible for the free communion of artistic spirits. Before a great work of art, there was no distinction between daimyo, samurai and commoner. Nowadays industrialism is making true refinement more and more difficult, all the world over. Do we not need the tea room more than ever? And hello there, Nismo. Thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. And some interesting views on interior design, I guess. I suppose I do kind of love my symmetry, so you're not wrong on attributing that to the Western world. At least not in my case, my personal case, that is. And it's very interesting, those couple of rules for the tea room. If you have a living plant in it, you can't have a drawing of a plant on the walls. Oh, that was chapter 4, by the way. I think I called it chapter 5 by mistake earlier. I'm fairly contemplating doing chapter 5 as well real quick before I end the day. I can do it, I can. After that I need to be off for dinner, but let me do chapter 5 as well. And hey, look at that. It's 4:20, well, the uptime at least. Chapter 5, Art Appreciation. Orca, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. I just quickly run through that list. One down the lovely Chris London, and one that a lovely and nice Zakriel, and Jasmine Eby, and one to Denset. Hope they're still having a nice lurk. Oh, thank you, Orca, thank you. Oh, hope you had a nice travel home, and well, a warm welcome home then. And there you go, Dancy was still lurking about. And Freaky 46, and Seth Dara, and Bartolomeo, and Emery, and Ultraman, and Casadil. Thank you, Orca, for gifting them all a sub. Enjoy the emotes and the ad-free viewing. Since Twitch may give you pre-rolls otherwise. Hope you don't get them. And hope Twitch isn't being rowdy and giving you mid-rolls. They shouldn't. I don't roll any mid-rolls, but you never know. I've heard some tales of Twitch sometimes being rowdy and just running mid-rolls. I hope they don't. Oh, nice work. Yes, stream decks can be hard to find. Their production is kinda low, I feel. Even online, they're often out of stock. But nice I've been able to find one. And nice to hear. Oh, I don't know, Mystic. I don't know if Chris really watches me that often. I haven't seen Chris around much in chat at least. Yeah, especially the larger ones probably don't see much production. So they're stock pretty low. And obviously their demand ain't too high either. But yeah, that means they can be quite hard to find sometimes, unfortunately. And hello, Paramical. Thank you for keeping me hydrated. It's a good idea, actually. Two Lure ICT 540s. I'm presuming those microphones then. I've not heard of Lewitt. Oh, they look like nice condenser mics. The cardioid boiler pattern, that's always, or usually pretty nice. That's nice, they look nice. I myself am very accustomed to Rode, but maybe that's a bit of a cliche. You'll always hear Rode around ASMR. I've never heard of Lewitt, but looks good. Nice. Well, to be honest, I do like a more, a kind of medieval kind of theme to things. I don't know, I've always had kind of like a medieval paladin-y theme to stuff, so that's kind of what the loud motorcycle, sorry about that, muted a bit late. That's kind of what the sub-batches are about as well, the medieval theme. And that's basically all of my channel that's medievally themed. I'm very good at keeping a theme. Yeah, I'm rocking the or just one ND1A. But yeah, the ND1A. They're a bit cheaper, but they're nice starter. Oh, thank you, Seth. Matt Carroll vibes. I don't know Matt Carroll. All these things I don't know about. yeah, Misk, it's always nice to have some people around, or know some people with audio engineering experience. If you do ASMR long enough, you'll learn about audio engineering in due time. I have yet to get there, to be fair, but maybe someday. Oh, Blow, that's a hard question. I've only recently kind of gotten back into reading books. That is a pretty tough question. And thank you for the follow there. I unfortunately can't read those symbols, but thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Just trying to think of one of my favorite books so far, and oh, and hello, Crazy. How do you do? Hope you're doing well. I think, I don't know, the Harry Potter series is just very nice, well written, nice and mystical, right? So I don't know, not much love for J.K. Rowling, but the Harry Potter series is a good contender on that. And Jane Austen's works are very nice, more drama-like works. Which I've mainly only read Pride and Prejudice of, and one other book, but that's way, way back. And I guess I mainly like authors that aren't all too great a person themselves, mentioning J.K. Rowling, but let's not get into that. And I was about to also mention H.P. Lovecraft has some great horror work. Also not a great person himself, but the works are good. The artist, or the author, not so much, unfortunately. And hello, Faki, thank you for keeping me hydrated, and thank you for the follow. The Amulet comic series, I've not read like any comics, I don't think. Like maybe some I've read some Donald Duck comics, but that's about it for my comic experience. I've never been too much of a reader, but I've recently wanted to get into reading a little bit, since it's a nice pastime. So I don't know, I've only now kind of started getting into that. Do you know why I can't trust her? I was gonna say, please do tell, because they're always up to something. Well, I guess that's the optimistic take, right? But I think the more pessimistic take is that they always go downwards, but then they'll always let you down. But don't you worry, I'm never going to give you up, I'm never going to let you down. It sounds interesting, though, it sounds interesting. So let me see, do I think I can still do the 5th chapter? Yeah, sure. Let me jump into that, I'll be back to talking in a bit. Chapter 5, Art Appreciation. Have you heard the Taoist tell of the taming of the harp? Once in the hoary ages, in the ravine of Lungmen, stood a kerry tree, a veritable king of the forest. It reared its head to talk to the stars, its roots struck deep into the earth, mingling their bronzed calves with those of the silver dragon that slept beneath. And it came to pass that a mighty wizard made of this tree a wondrous harp, whose stubborn spirit should be tamed by the greatest of musicians. For long the instrument was treasured by the Emperor of China, but all in vain were the efforts of those who in turn tried to draw melody from its strings. In response to their utmost strivings, there came from the harp the harsh notes of disdain, ill according with the songs of they fain would sing. The harp refused to recognize a master. Also, just in the midst of this book, we broke out into a short story. At last came Peiwo, the prince of harpists. With tender hand he caressed the harp, as one might seek to soothe an unruly horse, and softly touched the chords. He sang of nature and the seasons, of high mountains and flowing waters, and all the memories of the tree awoke. Once more the sweet breath of spring played amidst his branches. The young cataracts, as they danced down the ravine, laughed through the budding flowers, and none were heard the dreamy voices of summer, with its myriad insects, the gentle pattering of rain, the wail at a cuckoo, hark a tiger roars, the valley answers again. It is autumn. In the desert night, sharp like a sword, gleams the moon upon the frosted grass. Now winter reigns, and through the snow-filled air swirl flocks of swan, and the rattling hailstones beat upon the boughs with fresh delight. Then Peiwo changed the key and sang of love. The forest swayed, like an ardent swain deep lost in thought. On high like a haughty maiden swept a cloud bright and fair, but pausing trailed long shadows on the ground, black like despair. Again the mode was changed. Peiwo sang of war, of clashing steel and trembling steeds, and in the harp arose the tempest of Lungmen. The dragon rode the lightning, the thundering avalanche crashed through the hills. In ecstasy the celestial monarch asked Peiwo wherein lay the secret of his victory. Sire, he replied, others have failed because they sang but of themselves. I left the harp to choose its theme, and knew not truly whether the harp had been Peiwo or the harp. This story well illustrates the mystery of art appreciation. The masterpiece is a symphony played upon our finest feelings. True art is Peiwo, and we the harp of Lungmen. At the magic touch of the beautiful secret chords of our being are awakened. We vibrate and thrill in response to its call. Mind speaks to mind. We listen to the unspoken. We gaze upon the unseen. The master calls forth notes we know not of. Memories long forgotten all came back to us with a new significance. Hope stifled by fear, yearnings that we dare not recognize, stand forth in new glory. Our mind is the canvas on which the artists lay. Their colour, their pigments are our emotions. Their chiaroscuro the light and joy, the shadow a sadness. The masterpiece is of ourselves as we are of the masterpiece. The sympathetic communion of minds necessary for art appreciation must be based on mutual concession. The spectator must cultivate the proper attitude for receiving the message, as the artist must know how to impart it. The tea master Kobori and Shiu, himself a daimyo, has left through us these memorable words. Approach a great painting as thou wouldst approach the great prince. In order to understand the masterpiece, you must lay yourself low before it, and await with bated breath its least utterance. An eminent song critic once made a charming confession. Said he, in my young days I praised a master whose pictures I liked, but as my judgment matured I praised myself for liking what the masters had chosen to have me like. It is to be deplored that so few of us really take pains to study the moods of the masters. In our stubborn ignorance we refuse to render them the simple courtesy, and thus often miss the richer part of beauty spread before our very eyes. A master has always something to offer, while we go hungry, solely because of our own lack of appreciation. To the sympathetic, a masterpiece becomes a living reality, towards which we feel drawn in bonds of comradeship. The masters are immortal, for their loves and fears live in us over and over again. 'Tis rather the sword in the hand, the man than the technique, which appeals to us. The more human the call, the deeper is our response. It is because of the secret understanding between the master and ourselves that in poetry or romance we suffer and rejoice with the hero and heroine. Chikamatsu, or Japanese Shakespeare, has laid down as one of the first principles of dramatic composition the importance of taking the audience into the confidence of the author. Several of his pupils submitted plays for his approval, but only one of the pieces appealed to him. It was a play somewhat resembling the Comedy of Errors, in which twin brethren suffer through mistaken identity. This, said Chikamatsu, is the proper spirit of the drama, for it takes the audience into consideration. The public is permitted to know more than the actors. It knows where the mistake lies, and pities the poor figures on the board, who innocently rush to their fate. Interesting take on also something that seemingly resembles the Comedy of Errors, which is a play by Shakespeare if I remember correctly. Pretty good one, and an interesting view on it. Let me just read on though. I have some thoughts on it, but then I'm incapable of putting my thoughts into words. The great masters both of the East and the West never forgot the value of suggestion as a means for taking the spectator into their confidence. Who can contemplate a masterpiece without being awed by the immense vista of thought presented to our consideration? How familiar and sympathetic are they all, how cold in contrast to modern commonplaces. In the former we feel the warm outpouring of a man's heart, in the latter only a formal salute. Engrossed in his technique, the modern rarely rises above himself. Like the musicians who vainly invoke the Lungman harp, he sings only of himself. His works may be nearer science, but are further from humanity. We have an old saying in Japan that a woman cannot love a man who is truly vain, for there is no crevice in his heart for love to enter and fill up. In art, vanity is equally fatal to sympathetic feeling, whether on the part of the artist or the public. Nothing is more hallowing than a union of kindred spirits in art. At the moment of meeting, the art lover transcends himself. At once he is and is not. He catches a glimpse of infinity, but words cannot voice his delight, for the eye has no tongue. Freed from the fetters of matter, his spirit moves in the rhythm of things. It is thus that art becomes akin to religion and ennobles mankind. It is this which makes a masterpiece something sacred in the old days. The veneration in which the Japanese held the work of the great artist was intense. The tea masters guarded their treasures with religious secrecy, and it was often necessary to open a whole series of boxes, one within another, before reaching the shrine itself. The silken wrapping within, whose soft folds lay the Holy of Holies, Rarely was the object exposed to few, and then only to the initiated. At the time when theism was in the ascendancy, the Taiko's generals would be better satisfied with the present of a rare work of art than a large grant of territory as a reward of victory. Many of our favourite dramas are based on the loss and recovery of a noted masterpiece. For instance, in one play, The Palace of Lord Hosokawa, in which was preserved the celebrated painting of Daruma by Sesson, suddenly takes fire through the negligence of the samurai in charge. Resolved at all hazards to rescue the precious painting, he rushes into the burning building and seizes the kakemono, only to find all means of exit cut off by the flames. Thinking only of the picture, he slashes open his body with his sword, wraps a torn sleeve about the sesson, and plunges it into the gaping wound. The fire is at last extinguished. Among the smoking embers is found a half-consumed corpse, within which reposes the treasure, uninjured by the fire. Horrible as such tales are, they illustrate the great value that we set upon a masterpiece, as well as the devotion of a trusted samurai. That is quite a story. I can only imagine if that story is based on a real occurrence, how much that painting might be worth nowadays. And I do get the feeling that it is based on something real. At least the author of this book makes it seem that way. I don't know. We must remember, however, that art is of value only to the extent that it speaks to us. It might be a universal language if we ourselves were universal in our sympathies. Our finite nature, the power of tradition and conventionality, as well as our hereditary instincts, restrict the scope of our capacity for artistic enjoyment. Our very individuality establishes in one sense a limit to our understanding, and our aesthetic personality seeks its own affinities in the creations of the past. 'Tis true that with cultivation our sense of art appreciation broadens, and we become able to enjoy many hitherto unrecognized expressions of beauty. But after all, we see only our own image in the universe. Our particular idiosyncrasies dictate the mode of our perceptions. The tea masters collected only objects which fell strictly within the measure of their individual appreciation. One is reminded in this connection of a story concerning Koboru and Shiu was complimented by his disciples on the admirable taste he had displayed in the choice of his collection. Said they, each piece is such that no one could help admiring. It shows that you had better taste than had Rikyu, for his collection could only be appreciated by one beholder in 1,000. Hello Nicole, hope you're doing well. I hope your appointment went well. Welcome back. Sorrowfully, and Shiu replied, "This only proves how commonplace I am. The great Rikyu dared to love only those objects which personally appeal to him, whereas I unconsciously cater to the taste of the majority. Verily, Rikyu was 1 in 1,000 among tea masters." And it's a nice, humble way of praising another one. Like, I don't know. They're praising how he loves, or he just picks the art that he loves, I suppose. Whilst a lot of people don't love the art that he likes. And they're kind of twisting that into a good thing. That's very nice. Hold on. Sorry, a small discussion between housemates. Well, could you say my dad? We're basically just housemates, though. Our family connection isn't that strong. We kinda most often just treat each other as people that happen to live together. However weird that may sound. We do have family-like love for each other, but I don't know. Oh, sorry to hear that, Nicole. Hope stuff is nice and calming down at the very least now. Relax, take your time. It'll be alright, don't you worry. It is much to be regretted that so much of the apparent enthusiasm for art in the present day has no foundation in real feeling. In this democratic age of ours, men clamour for what is popularly considered the best. Regardless of their feelings, they want the costly, not the refined, the fashionable, not the beautiful. To the masses' contemplation of illustrated periodicals, the worthy product of their own industrialism, would give more digestible food. For artistic enjoyment than the early Italians or the Ashikaga masters whom they pretend to admire. The name of the artist is more important to them than the quality of the work. As a Chinese critic complained many centuries ago, people criticize a picture by their error. It is this lack of genuine appreciation that is responsible for the pseudo-classic horrors that today greet us wherever we turn. Another common mistake is that of confusing art with archaeology. The veneration born of antiquity is one of the best traits in the human character, and fain would have it cultivated to a greater extent. The old masters are rightly to be honoured for opening the path to future enlightenment. The mere fact that they have passed unscathed through centuries of criticism and come down to us, still covered with glory, commands our respect. But we should be foolish indeed if we valued their achievement simply on the scourge, yet we follow our historical sympathy to override our aesthetic discrimination. We offer flowers of approbation, and when the artist is safely laid in his grave, the 19th century, pregnant with the theory of evolution, has moreover created in us the habit of losing sight of the individual in the species. A collector is anxious to acquire specimens to illustrate a period or a school, and forgets that a single masterpiece can teach us more than any number of the mediocre products of a given period or school. We classify too much and enjoy too little. The sacrifice of the aesthetic to the so-called scientific method of exhibition has been the bane of many museums. The claims of contemporary art cannot be ignored in any viral scheme of life. The art that today is that which really belongs to us. It is our own reflection. In condemning it, we but condemn ourselves. We say that the present age possesses no art. Who is responsible for this? It is indeed a shame that despite all our rhapsodies about the ancients we pay so little attention to our own possibilities. Struggling artists' weary souls lingering in the shadows of cold disdain. In ourselves and your century, what inspiration do we offer them? Alright, take care, Blood. See you later. And Crawford Egg, thank you for the follow. Hope you're doing well. The past may well look with pity at the poverty of our civilization. The future will laugh at the barrenness of our art. We are destroying the beautiful in life. Would that some great wizard might, from the stem of society, shape a mighty harp whose strings would resound to the touch of genius. Oh, thank you, Craver. Much love back at you. But that was chapter 5, all about art and Japanese culture, basically. I think I'll end it over there. Let me quickly look for someone to read. But I think I saw someone go live. I'll, never mind, they're back off again already. I was gonna go read Miss Chloe, but yeah, she usually only does 2-hour streams. So she's back online again by now. That's a shame, that's a shame. But let me see my following list real quick. Oh, her lovely Elizabeth is live, but just give them a quick shout out again. Hopefully Gorilla Gamer is live as well, if you all are interested. I'd like to rate someone somewhat small. I actually don't see any small ASMR artist right now, not on my follower list at least. But let me see, Southern Bell is live, suppose could do that. And Calypso is live, but yeah, thanks about that. That is basically all I see though. Let me know if anyone in chat has any other suggestions as well. I think I'll just rate Southern Bell. I'd also love to rate Lovely Christina or I Am Elizabeth. Yeah, Southern Bell doesn't have a partner yet, so we could try and hopefully help her out with that. One can always try and hope. So alright, let me try and find the raid list. There we go. Thank you all for having been here. Much love to you all. And I hope you enjoy the ASMR by the lovely Southern Bell. Let me actually, I don't follow her. I've seen her around before, but I didn't follow her yet apparently. I thought I did, but oh, thank you, Orga. I don't know if it's even really a Dutch or Netherlands-based accent. I don't know, my accent is weird. It could be Stalit, I don't know. No, I don't know. I see why you got that. I put a lot of I do actually put a lot of like which you might hear a Swedish person or likes put in their English accent, but I don't know. It does remind you of an accent. That's interesting. I just know the big old meme and stereotype of our older people trying to speak English and not being great at it. But anyways, the rate timer is running out. Thank you all for having been there. Much love to you all. Hope you enjoyed the stream and hope you enjoy Sun Beller stream. Take care, take care.